The wind is quiet tonight, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like the world's holding its breath. Somewhere under your feet, maybe 1,000 miles away, maybe right beneath your own town, there's a buried hallway, carved from volcanic stone, with walls too smooth to be made by hand, and ceilings shaped to catch your voice and bounce it back like it remembers you. The stone is colder than it should be. The angles are too precise. And the people who built it, they left no name behind. Across the world, these places exist. Not myths, not stories, not the imagination of dusty old books, but real, measurable, scannable structures hidden beneath layers of dirt, water, and time. Vast halls shaped like hexagons. Terraces carved from mountainsides that still hum when the wind blows just right. Towers that cast shadows aligned to the stars. And staircases that descend into the earth and never quite reach the bottom. You might think, okay, sure, but maybe it's just erosion. Or maybe it's just coincidence. Ancient people were clever. And sure they were. They built pyramids and aqueducts and beautiful cities. But what happens when you find a chamber buried beneath that civilization, one that doesn't match the tools, the language, or even the people we thought lived there? What happens when the deeper layer is older than writing and built better? This isn't about aliens or magic or conspiracy. It's about forgetting. Forgetting that we aren't the first to build, to shape stone, to measure time and sound and sky with terrifying precision. It's about realizing that someone came before the first known cities, someone who knew how to make the earth speak. You're about to walk with me through 30 of the most haunting, unexplained prehistoric megastructures ever uncovered. Some are under lakes, some beneath mountains, some right in the open, but so strange no one dares to call them what they really are. And let's be honest, you probably won't survive this. Not because it's dangerous, but because once you've seen these ruins, you'll never see ancient history the same way again. Every ruin will look suspicious. Every brick will feel like a breadcrumb left behind. Every silence will feel a little off. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And while you're here, drop your location and the local time in the comments. I want to see how many of you are tucked in around the world, letting the old stones sing you to sleep. Now turn off the lights, maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. You're walking now down a stone hallway cut from black volcanic rock. The air is still. Your footsteps sound louder than they should. On the wall beside you, 6 sides cut so perfectly you could lose a fingernail in the seam. No wires, no lights, just shape and silence. This is where it begins. You shuffle forward, the air growing heavier with each breath. The ground beneath your feet is cold, basalt smooth and almost oily to the touch, the kind of surface that wasn't eroded or crumbled, but cut. Around you, walls rise not as crude barriers, but as geometric perfection, 6 sides per chamber, the angles precise enough that even modern engineers get a little twitchy. You're deep beneath Sardinia now, and what you're standing in doesn't belong to any museum tour, any school textbook, or any tourism brochure. They call them the hexagonal halls. Most people don't even know they exist, and honestly, the ones who do, they're not exactly rushing to explain them. The entrances are rare, often bricked up, or simply gone. Some are remembered only in old shepherd stories about how back when they were kids, the ground in some hills sounded hollow when you stomped hard enough. And every once in a while, someone still hears a hum. You pause, just for a second, And there it is, a low bone-level vibration, so soft, you're not sure whether it's real or just something your ears invented to keep your brain company in the dark. The walls around you are made of basalt, a volcanic rock that doesn't naturally occur in this part of central Sardinia, which means whoever built this place dragged it more than 40 kilometers across mountains and valleys just to bury it in the hills. Not stack it above ground for the gods to see. Not shape it into a palace or a pyramid. No. They built this below the earth, hidden, precision cut, and left it for nobody. Or maybe for somebody later. The first modern researchers to stumble into one of these hexagonal chambers didn't know what they were looking at. Some thought it might be an old water system. Except there were no grooves, no channels, no catchment basins. Just a smooth hexagon. Symmetrical, empty, clean. It was the ceilings that really broke their brains, because they didn't rise into domes, not like Roman temples or Turkish cisterns. No, they climbed up in concave hexagons, like a mirrored bowl made of 6 sides, almost like a speaker, or an amplifier, or a focusing lens made not for light, but for sound. So they brought in a sound engineer. He stood in the middle of the chamber, clapped his hands and paused. Echo, but not the kind that bounces around randomly. No, this one came back straight, like the room itself was answering. Then he took 2 steps sideways and clapped again. Nothing. A whisper. Another step. A hum. He turned around, walked back to the center, and said something out loud. His voice echoed perfectly again, as though the room remembered its shape better than he did. To this day, no one really knows what these rooms were for. Some call them ritual spaces, as if throwing the word ritual around makes everything fine. Others believe they were energy chambers, places designed to focus magnetic fields or channel natural resonance frequencies from the earth itself. And that doesn't sound so far-fetched when you bring in a compass, because in these halls, the needle doesn't behave. It spins, slows, sometimes stops, and phones, they flicker, turn off, or just act like they're in the middle of a forest during a thunderstorm. Even skeptics walk into these places and go quiet. Some call it awe, others unease, but everyone agrees something's wrong. Not wrong like danger, just off. Like walking into a house that hasn't been lived in for 1,000 years and still somehow smells like bread. There's one more wrinkle, because of course there is. An old map from the 1600s, found in an archive in Cagliari, shows the hills of central Sardinia, marked with strange hexagonal shapes connected by straight lines. A honeycomb network beneath the ground. It doesn't appear on modern maps, and yet when overlaid with satellite scans and magnetic data, the patterns align. So what does that mean? That people 500 years ago knew about a buried geometric system without radar or drones, or that something even older had mapped it long before that. Even stranger neuralgic bronze figurines, the kind you see in museums and in dusty corner shops on the island, depict little humanoid figures standing in hexagonal chambers. Some hold discs with 6 prongs. Others stand with arms out as if conducting something invisible. No writing, just form and repetition. And intention. Coincidence, maybe, but the more you look, the more the coincidences start to pile up like breadcrumbs, until they look suspiciously like a trail. And here's the kicker. One of these hexagonal halls scanned with ground-penetrating radar in 2021 showed not 1, but 2 layers beneath it. 2. The chamber we can stand in today sits atop older, deeper stonework, the bones of a previous haul possibly thousands of years older. In fact, when bones were retrieved from that deeper layer, they dated back to 4300 BCE. That's before the pyramids, before Stonehenge, before writing. The lower stones had strange curved grooves, too clean for chisels, too fine for bronze, and eerily similar to the carving patterns found across the ocean at Pumapunku in Bolivia or on the giant foundation stones of Baalbek. No one knows how those cuts were made, not with the tools we associate with that age. And suddenly, you're no longer sure this is a local Sardinian mystery. It starts to feel global, because if hexagonal halls show up in Sardinia, and in Malta, and in Turkey, and in the ruins beneath Iran, maybe it wasn't just a Sardinian thing. Maybe it was a language, a shared memory, a geometry we once all understood. Or maybe it wasn't for us at all. The halls are still buried, some half excavated, most not even touched. The forest has grown over them. The roads curve just a little wider around them. And in the quiet, the stone hums, like it's remembering. You leave the Sardinian hills behind and walk into shadow again. But this shadow isn't European, and it doesn't belong to vineyards or folklore or basalt hexagons. This one lives beneath the green canopy of Ecuador's jungle, wrapped in vines and secrets. Ahead, half obscured by the blur of moss and clouded air, is an opening in the rock. Not a cave? Not exactly. Not if you look at the walls. From a distance, it's just a crack in the cliff. A gap you could pass by without noticing. But step closer, and the light plays tricks. The edges straighten, the rock flattens, and the air inside doesn't feel like air, should it feels too cold, too still. Like the space itself has been paused. This is the Cave of the Tayos, named after the nocturnal oil bird that nests inside, though, to be honest, that's not why people talk about it. The cave stretches under the Andes within the ancestral lands of the Shuar people who have known about it for centuries. For them, this was not a cave. It was a place where the sky touched the underworld. A gate. A warning. You step inside. Your boots thud against stone, and it feels too even, too clean. You run your hand along the wall. Smooth. Not from water erosion. No water is chaotic. It carves in rivulets in unpredictable swoops and ridges. This stone, it's flat, planed, like it was shaped, not weathered. And then you see the stairs. That's where everything changes. About 90 meters into the cave system, the ground no longer slopes naturally. Instead, it descends in long, deliberate steps, each one cut directly into the bedrock. Some are 2 meters long, others just wide enough for a single foot, but none are broken. None are crumbled. They feel intact, preserved, like they've been waiting for someone to climb down them again. There are no chisel marks, no debris, no wear that looks like a human hand ever touched them. The stone is dense and dark. It absorbs your flashlight beam like it's thirsty for it. Geologists have tried to explain it. Tectonic shearing, they say. Erosion. Some kind of perfectly aligned natural fracture system. But erosion doesn't make stairs. It doesn't make steps that line up like vertebrae. So you keep walking. Down. And then come the angles. Tunnels stretch from the central passage in exact right turns. Like corridors. They don't bend or slope like caves should. They branch off sharply geometrically. Some lead to nowhere. Others go too far beyond where mapping teams have dared to follow. The furthest reaches haven't been explored in decades. One scan done with LiDAR suggests the tunnel system might stretch over 4 kilometers underground, and that's just what we can detect. The rest is still under rock beneath vines behind legends. You pass one wall and stop. Something about it doesn't look natural. The surface is too regular, like panels. Flat, smooth rock sections divided by thin vertical gaps. They're not separate stones, but they give the illusion of a design, as if the wall had been dressed in armor or prepared, as if someone meant it to be seen and then buried it anyway. But we're not done, not even close, because in 1976, this place became more than a jungle myth. That year, a joint expedition entered the cave. Engineers, soldiers, researchers, even astronaut Neil Armstrong joined. Yes, that Neil Armstrong. What were they looking for? Not bats, not rock samples, not adventure. They were searching for something called the Metal Library. The story came from Juan Morich, an explorer who claimed that within these tunnels, he found an underground hall filled with metallic plates, sheets of gold the size of open books, stacked in rows, etched with symbols no one could translate. He said it was the record of an ancient civilization, one we forgot. No official confirmation ever came out of the 1976 mission. The team reported geological anomalies, vast chambers, interesting formations, but no treasure, no books, nothing unusual, just a cave. Still, the whispers began. Declassified military notes quietly released years later mentioned restricted areas of the cave, sections not shown to journalists or cameras, portions sealed off, no explanations given, no public answers, just more silence. And the locals, the Shuar elders, they said the expedition stirred something sacred, that those deeper halls weren't just empty tunnels, but sleeping machines, that the walls used to sing when struck, that the floors once vibrated like drums when walked on. One story tells of a man who stood in the wrong place and vanished into the stone, not crushed, not buried, just gone. Absorbed. Too strange, sure. Except some of the walls really do hum. In 2010, a research team brought acoustic instruments into one of the lower chambers. When sound waves were pushed through the space at specific frequencies, certain walls vibrated. Slightly. Just enough to register on sensors. Like the room was tuned. Like the rock had been shaped to respond. Who would do that? Why would they? And then there's the pattern. Some areas of the cave contain carvings, hexagonal patterns inlaid into the stone. Honeycombs, perfect tessellations. You've seen that before. Sardinia, Malta, Central Iran. It's a pattern that doesn't belong to one place or one people. It's older than borders, older than memory. So the question isn't, what is this cave? The question is, how many other places were built this way and buried before anyone could connect the dots? Some researchers believe the Tayo system might be older than 12,000 years, that the civilization who built it didn't carve with tools, but with frequency, that they shaped stone not by force, but by vibration, by resonance, by understanding what we've forgotten. Even today, structural engineers have stood inside the largest chamber and admitted the ceiling should not hold. There are no pillars, no visible reinforcements. And yet, the arch distributes weight like a modern stress-tested tunnel. Like someone new, there are no scaffolds left behind, no broken tools, no half-carved blocks. Just step-straight corridors and walls that feel too alive. The cave isn't a ruin, it's a message. But the language isn't made of letters. It's made of shape, of echo, of weight held silently in the dark. So you keep walking down. The temperature doesn't change, but your breath does. because whatever made these halls didn't make them for light or comfort or convenience. They made them to endure, and maybe, just maybe, to wait. The air changes again, thicker now, heavier with moisture. You've traded tunnels and jungle stone for something colder, wetter, and deeper than you expected. You're standing on the edge of Lake Issyk-Kul in Kyrgyzstan. The name means warm lake, but don't let that fool you. The water never freezes, not even when the world around it wears a crown of snow. It stays calm, glassy, unnaturally still. And beneath that silence, something waits. You look out across the lake's wide, steel blue surface and feel like it's looking back. For decades, rumors rippled beneath its waves, fishermen whispering about sunken steps, Soviet divers stumbling on carved blocks in the deep, odd shapes that shouldn't be there. The official stories say nothing, just depth charts and water temperature records. But the unofficial ones, they say the lake has bones. Back in the 1980s, it wasn't treasure hunters or archaeologists who made the discovery. It was a military training dive, a routine exercise, nothing exotic. Except about 20 meters down, the divers found something strange. They weren't supposed to find anything, just silt and stones. But the stone they touched wasn't random. It was cut, aligned, arranged. They found steps. Not boulders, not jagged shelf rock, but shaped layered stairs. Wide enough to stand on. Deep enough to suggest a purpose. Some led nowhere. Others disappeared under silt like they'd been buried mid-construction. Near the base, massive upright slabs stood like fallen dominoes. Some etched with carvings, faint, barely visible beneath layers of algae. Others blank, but perfectly smooth. That's when the divers were pulled. The mission ended, the data sealed, the files buried in military archives. The lake had seen too much, they said. But the silence didn't last forever. In 2007, a joint Russian-Kyrgyz team returned, this time with sonar, not snorkels. And what they found cracked the story wide open. Below the surface, spread across several kilometers, they mapped submerged foundations, aligned stone blocks, pathways, even what appeared to be retaining walls. One formation extended nearly 500 meters along the lake bed, perfectly straight, perfectly east to west. The kind of alignment that ancient cultures loved, especially ones obsessed with the sky. And then came the monoliths, massive vertical stones more than 3 meters tall. Some standing alone, others arranged in mirrored pairs. One stood apart, singular and solemn, with a round hole cut clean through its top. A viewing hole, a celestial frame. No one knows, but its precision is disturbing. There's an old legend here. Locals whisper of a drowned capital, Chigu, the city of the Usun people, rulers before history remembered how to write. They say it was a place of healing, of watching the stars, of preparing for something they felt was coming. Then one night, it vanished. Some say an earthquake struck. Others claim a flood, a sky fire, or the mountains collapsing into water. But all the stories agree on one thing: the city fell fast. And the lake never let it go. When you descend through those cold layers today, the silt tells you something strange. Around the monoliths, there's no buildup, no natural sediment drift. Like something cleaned them, preserved them, like they've been maintained. And then there's the pillar. In 2010, near the village of Karatala, divers pulled a carved stone column from the lake. Over 1.2 tons. Dark, smooth, nothing like the surrounding geology. A metallurgical scan revealed something odd flecks of a synthetic alloy embedded inside. The kind of thing we use in modern electronics, except this stone was older than writing. A groove ran across its surface exactly 1 centimeter deep. 1 centimeter wide, laser straight, not chipped, not carved, just there. Clean. Impossibly clean. Geologists tested it under infrared. They found something they didn't expect: thermal scars. Signs that the stone had been flash heated and rapidly cooled as though it had once been forged or treated with energy no Bronze Age culture should have had. And yet here it was. This is the part where historians usually shrug and move on. It's an anomaly, they'll say. A trade artifact. A fluke. But artifacts don't build cities. They don't arrange monoliths into spirals or bore viewing holes through solid granite. They don't explain why, when satellite images of the lake are taken in late summer during low water, they reveal long rectangular shadows beneath the surface. Lines that don't match the natural terrain. Grids. Corners. Geometry. One stretch of the lake's shoreline forms a crescent. And when you overlay that with elevation data, something strange emerges. The curve resembles a harbor, not a beach. A harbor complete with symmetrical arms like the docks of ancient ports in the Mediterranean. But this isn't the sea. It's a lake nestled 1,600 meters above sea level, ringed by ice-kissed mountains. So either someone built a harbor here long before this place rose to its current elevation, or the water wasn't always here. Some researchers now suggest that Lake Issyk-Kul is the result of a cataclysmic impact, a comet fragment that reshaped the region. That would explain the geological uplift, the sudden flood, the absence of surrounding cities. It would even explain the perfectly preserved ruins below. They weren't drowned, they were sealed, encased in a freshwater tomb, protected by silt and cold and silence. Of course, there's one more mystery, because there's always one more. In 2015, a private expedition, not funded by any government, sent submersible drones into the lake. They were testing pressure resistance. They weren't even looking for ruins. But the feed showed something they didn't expect: a void, perfectly square, 10 meters by 10 meters, cut into the lake bed. The drone moved closer. Just as the light began to reach the edge, the feed cut out. Equipment failure, water pressure. That's what they said. But the footage, gone. The team silent. And still, the lake watches. Locals say that when the winds go still in autumn, the surface of the water glassifies. And if you look long enough, you'll see shadows below straight edges, dark spirals, stones that wait. They weren't built to be seen. They were built to be found, or maybe never found at all. You breathe in. The water laps gently at the edge of the shore. Nothing moves, but deep beneath your feet, something older than any map is still standing, still aligned, still humming. And if you put your ear to the stones just long enough, just quietly enough, you might hear it. Not a voice, not a song, just memory. It's dry now. Dry in a way that makes your skin feel too tight, your breath too shallow. You're standing in the middle of nothing, an endless sun-bleached plain in the heart of the Karakum Desert. No trees, no sound, just wind scraping over sand like fingers brushing stone. And beneath your boots, something unnatural waits. From up here, you'd never know. You'd look out over the dunes and see only dust. But once you rise above it, say in a reconnaissance plane or a high-orbit satellite, you start to notice the shapes. Massive ones. Geometric ones. Lines, spirals, curves, and crescents etched into the earth like scars from a forgotten language. They call them the glyphs of the Karakum. Symbols too large to understand from the ground, lines too clean to be weather, and circles, so many circles stretching across nearly 2 square kilometers of desert. They weren't discovered by accident. The earliest whispers came from grainy Soviet photographs, shadows in the sand dismissed as photographic errors or illusions. But years later, with new imaging tools and LiDAR scans, researchers realized the impossible. These were real. Stone glyphs, arranged, built. Some match symbols found on petroglyphs in Kazakhstan and Iran. Others don't resemble anything in any known catalog. One spiral even seems to align with the exact angle of the summer solstice sunrise, something only an ancient sky watcher could have measured. And yet there's no central settlement, no temples, no bones, just lines. The locals call them Suyaki bone writing, a script not meant to be read but remembered. The stories say there was a city here once, a place of song and wind and stars, and then the desert moved. It swallowed the city whole and left only the symbols behind like a warning etched into the earth's skin. So you bend down and touch one. The rocks don't match the land. They're darker, smoother, denser. Not sandstone or wind-worn shale, but volcanic heavy stones dragged here from over 80 kilometers away. Some weigh over a ton, and each one is marked. Not like a name scratched by hand, but with chisel-like grooves. Parallel. Even. Inhuman in their consistency. You try to imagine the hands that placed them, what kind of tools they used, what kind of strength they had, and then you stop, because no tools were ever found. No quarries, no carts, no roads. One glyph, known only as the Eye, spans 160 meters across. From the air, it looks like an iris. A perfect circle with concentric rings radiating outward. At its center, a pit. When archaeologists excavated it, they found something layered beneath the bones of goat's dogs. And something else. They found ash. Not from wildfire, not from cooking. A clean burn. Beneath that polished stone tiles. Then nothing. Just a shaft. A perfect cylinder. Vanishing into the bedrock. It's never been fully mapped. Another glyph, an angular shape shaped like a snake eating its own tail, resembles the ancient Ouroboros. But this one isn't round. It's segmented, mechanical almost, like a gear or a schematic of something that shouldn't exist here. The detail is unsettling, too symmetrical, too calculated. Some researchers believe the glyphs are messages, not to us, but to the sky. Visual codes meant to be seen from above, perhaps not by humans at all, or perhaps by humans, long after memory had faded. Because here's the strangest part. These glyphs have been carbon dated to around 9500 BCE. That's older than the pyramids, older than writing, older than agriculture. We're talking about people who, according to history books, hadn't yet built cities, let alone etched geometric alignments into the desert floor, with a mathematical sense of scale and celestial precision. And then you notice something else. Some of the glyphs are broken, interrupted, half-finished. A perfect spiral that suddenly halts, replaced by a jagged later circle that doesn't quite align. As if someone came later, tried to copy what they saw, but didn't understand how. The newer stones are cruder, less aligned. They seem almost embarrassed to be next to the originals, like an apprentice trying to finish the master's work, but forgetting the formula. One theory suggests these interruptions happened during a cultural collapse, a forgotten civilization attempting to rebuild something it only half remembered. Like a dream, you try to redraw after waking up, and that's when you hear it. Not sound, not a voice, but something in the back of your brain. A weight, a presence. It happens to others too. Researchers have reported strange effects in the area. Electronic devices failing, compasses spinning without cause, batteries draining overnight. One archaeologist vanished for 2 days only to be found 40 kilometers from camp, barefoot, dehydrated, and unable to explain how he got there. He had no memory of walking, just light and humming. Local guides won't stay past twilight. They say the stones whisper when the wind turns cold, that if you stand inside the eye too long, you'll dream in languages you've never learned. You'll wake up with dust under your fingernails and a song you can't remember still humming in your ears. The glyphs don't just exist. They linger, they imprint, and when you walk away, it feels like you've left something behind. Like the sand pressed something into your mind you weren't supposed to bring home. No one knows who made these carvings. No one knows why. There are no signatures, no burial mounds, no broken tools left in the dust. Just lines, shapes, shadows. Maybe they were maps, maybe warnings, maybe stories meant to survive the burning of books, the erasing of languages, and the collapse of all the civilizations we thought came first. Or maybe they were meant for a kind of eye that sees from higher up. Not a god, not an alien, just us. One day, after we forgot, when we were finally quiet enough to notice the patterns again, the Karakum Desert is empty. The wind moves on, but the glyphs stay. Stone letters from a people who knew how to speak to time. And time, it's still listening. The desert fades behind you, replaced by red stone cliffs, glowing like embers in the dusk. You're in Nevada now, in the Valley of Fire. Tourists come for the arches, the wind-carved waves, the kind of landscape that looks like it was pulled straight out of another planet. But beneath those fiery ridges and camera-friendly outcrops, something else lies hidden, something deeper, stranger, quieter. It doesn't have a name on the map. No gift shop magnets, no hiking trail signs. But if you ask the old-timers, the desert wanderers, the cavers who stopped talking about what they found years ago, they'll all mention it the same way. The grid, not a grid like city blocks or sidewalks. This one is underground, cut deep into the sandstone beneath Fire Canyon. A network of caverns, not winding and wild like natural caves, but straight, geometric, aligned. You walk past the last tourist trail and duck under a narrow ledge. The heat begins to fall off. Not all at once, gradually, like the desert is letting go of your shoulders. You're walking on sand now, but the sound has changed. Your steps echo differently, sharper, like the ground is thinner than it should be. It was first discovered, at least officially, in 1959. An amateur spelunker claimed he found a vertical shaft that dropped straight down into what he described as a hallway of stone. He returned with photographs, blurry, yellowed, half lost to time. But 2 images remain. One shows a stairwell wide flat and curved into the floor like it was poured rather than carved. The other shows a chamber where the walls don't meet at right angles. They curve into each other floor, into wall, into ceiling, like the inside of a seashell. Except it's stone. Then he vanished. Gone. No follow-up. No press. Just a camera left behind in a pawn shop and a handful of black and white frames no one can explain. Decades later, researchers tried to follow the clues. Using magnetometers and ground-penetrating radar, they scanned the hills around Fire Canyon. And the data didn't make sense. Rectangular voids beneath solid sandstone. Echoes bouncing back too cleanly. North-south corridors buried beneath the ridges. Right-angled intersections like building blueprints beneath a place that's supposed to be nothing but rock and heat. Some of the voids were massive, stacked vertically, almost like floors. Not carved by water, not melted by lava, not collapsed mine shafts. A structure, buried and still intact. The scans showed rows of pillars perfectly spaced. No chisel marks, no tool signs. Just smooth, polished surfaces, like the interior of some forgotten temple. They call the central node the Chamber of Axes, a name pulled from an old Paiute oral story. In the tale, there was a place beneath the valley where weapons were kept frozen in time, where mirrors showed fire instead of reflection. The entrance was hidden, they said, and those who wandered too deep could hear metal ringing from the walls, even though no one was swinging anything. No such chamber has ever been excavated, at least not officially, but the strongest anomaly detected by radar sits right where that myth placed it, just beneath Fire Canyon's tallest ridge. Could it be coincidence? Could it be something else? A few scientists have offered geological explanations: vitrification, subsurface fault collapse. But that theory doesn't account for the pattern, the alignment, the math, because the layout isn't chaotic. It fans outward from a central point, like a radial blueprint, like a hub. And some believe that point wasn't the result of collapse. It was the origin, as if something was built outward, deliberately, maybe after something happened. Or maybe before. Vitrified sand has been found nearby glass formed by intense, sudden heat. Not the slow burn of wildfire. Not even the kind of heat you'd get from a lightning strike. No. This is glass formed at temperatures that rival modern blast furnaces. But what could have caused that here, in the middle of a desert, with no volcanoes, no tectonic fault, ruptures, no evidence of meteor impact? And why is the vitrified material found alongside metallic traces embedded in black stones that don't match local geology? Samples taken from these black rocks show elements not found in other stone nearby, tiny metallic particles suspended in dense basalt and under EM field, testing some of them hum. Not audibly, but measurably. They react to electromagnetic pulses. They change, like they were designed to do something. You pause for a moment. A breeze brushes the canyon wall behind you. The temperature drops just enough to notice, and the silence that follows feels heavy, almost like the air is listening. Petroglyphs in the Valley of Fire show familiar spirals common in indigenous rock art. But some spirals here break halfway and connect to straight lines, arcs joined by diagonals. They don't read like decoration. They read like maps, schematics. One interpretation suggests these carvings might represent movement between states, between dimensions. Not mystical, mathematical. Some fringe researchers propose that the grid isn't just architecture. It's a machine, a resonance chamber, a system designed to channel or manipulate something deeper: electromagnetism, sound waves, memory, maybe even time. It sounds outlandish. But then you remember, in 2016, a private team set up subsonic monitors in Fire Canyon. They weren't looking for anything ancient. They were studying how low-frequency sound moves through sandstone. What they found wasn't expected. Every 14 minutes, a deep, low pulse came from beneath the ground. Steady, Subaudible. Not seismic, not wind. A vibration repeating on a schedule. And then on the fourth night, it stopped. No cause, no malfunction. It just stopped. Like something noticed. You walk deeper into the canyon now. The rock seems to pull you inward. The shadows get longer. The air gets colder, not just cool, but dead. No birds, no insects, just you and the ground. Some believe a sealed doorway exists beneath one of the fallen ledges, that it's marked with an ancient symbol, two intersecting triangles within a circle, a keystone with no key, a lock with no instructions. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this wasn't meant to be opened, not until someone remembered how. Above you, the desert sky burns orange. Below you, the sandstone holds its breath. Whatever the grid is, machine sanctuary warning. It wasn't built by accident. It was carved, aligned, buried, sealed, and like all things built to endure, it's still waiting, just beneath your feet, in the red, ringing silence of stone. Now, the world opens wide, vast, windswept, and empty in a way that feels ancient. You're not underground anymore. You're standing on the Altai steppe, where 4 countries brush shoulders: Russia, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and China. And the grass whispers like it's been telling the same story for 1,000 generations. Up here, the land rolls on forever. Nothing interrupts the view but distant snowcaps and scattered boulders, except these boulders aren't random. Some stand, some lean, some are too large, too upright, too stubborn to be natural. You step closer. They form no walls, no clear circles, but they are deliberate, very deliberate. These are the megaliths of the Altai. To a passing traveler, they might just seem like ancient grave markers, leftovers from a long-lost culture. But then you start to notice the patterns, the clusters, the alignments. You check your compass. It jitters. You take a few more steps. The needle spins. You are not alone. Locals call them deer stones, not because they resemble deer, but because a few of them are etched with elegant curling antlers, stylized in a way that doesn't match Mongolian Scythian or even Sarmatian art. Other stones are blank. Some are blackened, others split as if cracked by heat or pressure. A handful look untouched, like time walked around them. There's something unsettling about them. Not dangerous, just patient. They feel like witnesses. Like they've been watching everything for far longer than we've known how to watch back. Archaeologists have dated the stones to around 3,000 years ago, maybe older. But when they dig deeper, literally things get weird. Beneath the surface, radar scans show rectangular voids, some arranged in a grid, some aligned perfectly with the stones above. A few years ago, a buried kurgan, a kind of ancient burial mound, was excavated nearby. Inside, they found the preserved skeleton of a young woman, her skin still bearing faint tattoos, snakes, birds, swirling lines that mirrored the stone carvings above. She was buried with gold, weapons, cloth, and a set of small stone discs with concentric rings etched onto their surfaces. No one knows what they were. Instruments, calendars, something else. Some believe she was a priestess. Others think she was something more, a memory keeper. But the megaliths don't just sit around waiting for stories. They behave strangely. In certain clusters, handheld compasses refuse to point north. Some visitors report electronics malfunctioning near specific stones, phones shutting off batteries, draining drones, losing signal. Then just meters away, everything works fine. A magnetic field? Possibly, but it's selective, localized, almost intentional. And here's where things get even stranger. In the dead of winter, when the snow falls like ash and the wind holds its breath, the stones begin to hum, not loudly, not to the ear, but seismic sensors placed at the base of several megaliths in 2019 recorded low-frequency vibrations, consistent, rhythmic, and completely unexplained. Geologists tried to pin it on frost cracks or thermal shifts, but the pattern was too precise, too stable. It pulsed like a heartbeat. One theory: the stones are resonant bodies tuned by their shape, weight, and position to pick up subsonic frequencies from the Earth itself. Another theory: they're not receivers, they're transmitters, and when you look from above, say from a satellite's eye view, some of the stone groupings begin to form star patterns. One cluster matches Orion's belt almost perfectly. Another arcs like the Milky Way. Coincidence? Maybe. But then you start to wonder, who placed these stones? And why? Here, in this open grassland, with no rivers, no crops, no clear reason to stay. Maybe it was because this place was already special. There's an old shamanic legend passed down through nomadic families in the Altai. They speak of the star builders, a people who came not from the sky, but from the memory of the sky. Beings who knew how to shape firestone and time, who taught humanity its first songs, its first maps. They say these beings left behind pieces of the world that came before. Some claim the stones mark the places where that older world still echoes. You run your hand along one of the monoliths. The surface is rough, but there's something deeper: grooves, worn by tools no longer known, or by hands repeating the same motion over centuries. There are no inscriptions, no written language, just geometry, angles, silence, and weight. That's the part you don't forget: the weight of the place, not just in your bones, but in your breath. Like the ground remembers more than you were supposed to know. Excavation here is difficult. The ground freezes hard. Equipment fails. Permits are denied, sometimes without reason. Some believe the local governments are protecting something. Others think it's just logistics, but the stories persist. One researcher once traced the layout of 37 stones across 3 valleys. When connected on a digital map, they formed a spiral, not a random one. A golden spiral following the Fibonacci sequence, a symbol that appears everywhere in nature, from shells to galaxies. And maybe that's what these stones are trying to tell us, that something long ago understood nature at a level we've only started to rediscover. Maybe these stones weren't meant to form temples or tombs. Maybe they were part of a memory map, a way to preserve knowledge, not through books, but through shape, through alignment, through quiet. We always assume our ancestors looked up at the stars and wondered, but what if they already knew? And what if the stones were their way of remembering after everything else was gone? You stand alone on the step. The sun is rising low and red. Your shadow stretches long across the grass. So does the shadow of the stone. Neither of you moves, but you both remember. And somewhere in the hush between stars, the hum begins again. It begins with mist, a slow rolling fog that clings low to the ground, curling around bamboo stalks and slipping across moss-covered stones. You're walking through the hills of northeastern India now, into a place called Vangchia. It doesn't appear on tourist maps. No signs point to it. But tucked between the forests and ridgelines of Mizoram, the village holds a secret that even most locals don't fully understand. Beneath the trees, beneath the roots, beneath layers of earth and silence, are stones, black ones, laid out not in piles or rubble, but in rows. Neatly stacked, stepped and aligned, terraces, walls, platforms. You kneel to touch one, and your fingers meet not crumbling dirt, but polished basalt, dark and smooth like volcanic glass, hardened into memory. They call them the Blackstone Terraces. At first they might look like old agricultural platforms retaining walls built to farm on steep slopes. But as you walk deeper into the forest, something changes. The terraces repeat, again and again, each level as precise as the one above it. Some collapsed, some intact. Some so well fitted that not even a blade of grass grows between the stones. There's no mortar, no cement, just gravity and perfection. The deeper you go, the stranger it gets. One wall curves slightly following the hill's edge with a mathematical grace. Another terminates in a square platform, elevated, leveled, and isolated. At its center, a single carved block with a shallow depression in its face. A basin, a seat, a marker. No one knows. Even the elders in Vangchia speak of the stones with a kind of distant respect, not as something they inherited, but as something that was already ancient when their ancestors arrived. The stones, one man said, were already here before the rivers flowed this way, whatever that means. In 2015, the Archaeological Survey of India officially recognized the site as megalithic. More than 150 stone platforms were cataloged stretching across a single ridgeline. But the announcement raised more questions than it answered. Who built them? Why here? And for what purpose? Some suggested burial platforms. Others believed they were for ritual gatherings. A few speculated about fortifications or tribal meeting grounds. But none of those theories explain the sheer scale of it. You don't build 100 massive terraces deep in a remote forest just to bury the dead. And you definitely don't use perfectly squared basalt blocks, some weighing hundreds of pounds, to do it casually. Especially not when the stone doesn't even belong here. Geological analysis shows that the black basalt used in the terraces isn't native to the exact hillside it was found on. It had to be transported, likely hauled up from a riverbed kilometers away. By whom? That's where the mystery deepens. In 2020, ground-penetrating radar was used to scan beneath the lowest levels of the visible terraces. What it found shocked the research team. More structures hidden beneath the soil. Chambers, voids, possibly tunnels. A grid-like pattern, almost architectural. But before excavation could continue, funding dried up. The research team packed up. The jungle moved back in. Today, most of it remains sealed, still wrapped in root and rain and time. But even without digging deeper, the terraces continue to speak. Some of the stones are marked barely. Etched lines, circles, and shallow holes in seemingly deliberate places. One slab, unearthed near the bottom of the hill, bore a set of carvings, unlike any known script: curved lines, concentric arcs, and a triangle intersected by dots. A code, a map, or just ornament? No one can say. The stone now sits in a small regional museum. Rarely noticed its meaning, reduced to a faded placard that reads symbolic designs undeciphered. But the people of Vangchia still notice. They tell stories about strange sounds after heavy rain, how the stones hum when the air is thick with water, how animals avoid the lowest levels, how sometimes tools left on the terraces vanish as if the earth simply swallows them. One man said he once heard voices coming from below, whispers, not in any language he knew. When he tried to record them, the device malfunctioned. The file was blank. Theories have spread over the years. Some claim the terraces are the remnants of an ancient city long before India's recorded dynasties, that they might have been observatories or calendar markers built to align with solstices and equinoxes. Others say they were power centers' nodes in an ancient energy grid that once stretched across the eastern hills of the subcontinent. And here's the strange part. Satellite imagery of the site taken at sunrise on the winter solstice shows something odd. The terraces catch the light in sequence. The higher platforms illuminate first, followed by the next, and the next, each one catching the sun like a ripple of stone fire climbing the hill. Coincidence or calibration? The angles of the terraces, when measured, align suspiciously well with the path of the sun on key days of the year. The orientation isn't random, it's encoded. So maybe these weren't homes, or farms, or tombs. Maybe they were clocks, but even clocks have mechanisms. And whatever mechanism once lived here beneath the moss and roots and soil is still buried. You walk along the edge of one wall. It's 8 stones high, maybe 10 meters long. You try to picture it brand new, sharp, and clear, clean of jungle and leaf. You imagine people moving across it, carrying stones, singing instructions, passing memory from hand to hand like a tool. And then you realize this isn't a ruin. It's a sentence that was never finished, a story that stopped mid-word, and for some reason, no one ever picked up the chisel again. Maybe they were interrupted. Maybe they were erased. Or maybe they finished exactly what they meant to leave. A map made of stone. A frequency encoded in angles. A terrace built to echo something we forgot how to hear. The forest is quiet again. The wind presses against your face like breath from a sleeping thing. The stones don't move. But if you stand still enough long enough, you might feel it. A low vibration, a weight in your chest. Not fear, not wonder, just the feeling that something's waiting, still listening, still holding the line, still anchored into the bones of the hillside, waiting for the world to remember how to read its shape. Because stone remembers what memory forgets. And Vangchia is not done speaking. The land here is dry and cracked, a canvas of sun-scorched dust stretching toward the horizon. You've stepped into Lop Nur, the so-called Sea of Death, a lifeless basin tucked deep in China's far western reaches. To the untrained eye, it's just an empty desert, salt crusts, and ghost winds. But from the sky, from far, far above, something doesn't add up. You're not looking at dunes anymore. You're looking at patterns, long, flat shapes, sharp lines cutting across the salt flats, rectangles where nature should be random, squares where there should be swirls, stone platforms arranged with a precision that no river, no erosion, no gust of wind could ever design. They call them the sun-dried platforms of Lop Nur, low-lying stone constructions that look more like the skeleton of an ancient machine than anything human. You walk across one, the stone warm beneath your boots, and it feels deliberate. Some are raised by half a meter. Others are flush with the desert floor. But all of them sit in odd formations, grids, loops, paths, spread out like puzzle pieces on a table the size of a nation. The first people to notice them weren't archaeologists. They were satellite technicians. In the 1970s, Chinese researchers began to notice strange images appearing in military surveillance photos. Runway-like streaks stretching for kilometers. Odd shadows where the land should have been flat. At first they were dismissed. Military exercises, maybe Cold War construction. But when teams were finally sent to investigate, no concrete, no rebar, Just ancient stone, no signs of modern activity, no boot prints, no wires, no campfires, just platforms, quiet and cracked but impossibly aligned. Each stone slab was different in size, but many were arranged to match the cardinal directions: north, south, east, west. Some formed massive rectangles. Others looped into strange circular outlines. But when the full site was mapped using drone imaging in 2006, a chilling pattern emerged. The layout mimicked a circuit board. Lines, some barely visible, connected the platforms underground. Buried trenches filled with stone. They ran in straight lengths across the desert, forming links between structures like wires between chips. The resemblance wasn't poetic. It was literal. What was it? A ritual layout. A map. A giant calendar etched into the desert for the stars above. Or something else. One theory, unconfirmed but persistent, claims the platforms may have been used for light. That's right, mirrors. Some researchers believe these foundations once held enormous reflective surfaces, either polished metal or stone panels used to bounce sunlight across vast distances. A primitive solar array. A signaling system. Maybe something else entirely. It sounds wild. Until you remember this: near the platforms sits the long-lost ruin of a Silk Road city, Lulan. Once a vibrant oasis, now buried in dust. It was rediscovered in the early 1900s, its buildings still clutching wooden beams and fragments of fabric. The mummified remains of a woman were found there, her features strikingly Eurasian, her burial clothes layered and precise, as if waiting to be remembered. Lulan was built for trade, but something changed. It vanished, swallowed by sand and time. But here's the twist. The platforms predate Lulan by at least 1,500 years. Carbon dating from buried organic material under one of the foundations suggests the oldest platforms were constructed around 2000 BCE, almost 4,000 years ago, long before the Silk Road, before recorded history touched this part of the world. And then there's the stone itself. The slabs don't match the desert. The material is from much farther away, hauled in from beyond the basin. Some are embedded with thin slivers of minerals that resonate under electromagnetic testing. One piece. When heated, it glowed faintly, not from temperature, but from internal composition. Like it remembered light. There's more. Geophysicists ran scans around the southern edge of the formation and found something even stranger: a perfect square void beneath the surface, 10 meters across, carved with edges too clean for collapse or erosion. Inside, unknown. The structure is still buried, but the pattern repeats. In 2015, satellite imaging during a period of extreme drought revealed shadows, massive rectangular outlines barely visible beneath the salt. Lines connecting lines, structures no one had documented. One stretch of shoreline revealed what looked like a crescent harbor, its arms symmetrical and curving inward like a welcoming bay. But who would build a harbor here, in the middle of a salt desert, 1,000 kilometers from any modern coast? Unless, of course, this place wasn't always dry. Some geologists now believe Lop Nur wasn't just an ancient lake. It was once an inland sea, fed by river systems that have since vanished. The terrain around the platforms shows signs of sudden hydrological shifts, evidence of flooding, then evaporation. Some layers of soil contain high concentrations of silt not native to the region, suggesting not drought, but deluge. And then there are the anomalies. Magnetic readings taken along the trenches between platforms show irregular pulses, low-frequency distortions that twist away from natural geological patterns. One theory: these stones were charged, Maybe not with electricity, maybe not in the way we think of power, but with something. Energy, resonance, pattern. One researcher called it a grounded signal array. Another dismissed it as nonsense. But no one has offered a better explanation. So now you stand on one of these platforms. The wind is still. The sun bakes down. The horizon shimmers like a mirage that never vanishes. You kneel and press your palm to the stone. It's warm, too warm. You close your eyes. And for a second, the silence feels electric, as if the desert is holding its breath. As if it's waiting for a key, a tone, a light, something to activate what was built long before the cities fell and the rivers dried up. And maybe it's not a ruin. Maybe it was never abandoned. Maybe it was turned off. And maybe, just maybe, it's not done yet. Because what kind of civilization would drag heavy stone across salt flats for no reason? What kind of people would map a circuit into the crust of the earth and then disappear? The kind that expected someone to return. The kind that built not to be seen, but to be reawakened. So you stand, you listen, and though the air is still the heat pressing down like a stone blanket, something in your chest begins to hum. You walk away slowly, but the feeling follows you. Because some deserts forget, but Lop Nur remembers. The sun is dipping low now, and the land around you changes again. More rugged, more ancient, as if the earth itself has slumped into memory. You've arrived in northwestern India, where the Aravalli Hills rise like weathered bones from the soil. These aren't jagged young mountains, they're old, older than the Himalayas. So old that even the stones seem tired, their edges worn smooth by hundreds of millions of years. But beneath these hills, beneath the folds and ridges, lies something stranger than time. They call them the Whispering Vaults. That name doesn't appear in guidebooks. You won't hear it on local tours. It survives mostly in whispers, passed between villagers, muttered by older generations who say the hills aren't hollow, but waiting. You find one of the entrances near a collapsed wall of shale, half hidden behind brush and old roots. It looks like a natural cavity, just a low, cracked mouth in the rock. But step closer, and the symmetry becomes obvious. The arch is too clean. The walls curve with unnatural smoothness. And the moment you step inside, the air changes. It becomes still, thick, dry. You've left the outside world behind, and the stone seems to know it. The first written accounts of these vaults go back over 100 years, buried in colonial British surveys. Bare mentions. Notes about caves that appear shaped. Corridors that seem too symmetrical to be natural. No one followed up. Locals, of course, knew them much longer, and they knew better than to treat them lightly. Some of the vaults were sealed up generations ago, bricked over, hidden beneath false slopes, or simply left to be reclaimed by the brush. Not out of superstition exactly, but out of respect. Like closing the door to a room you no longer sleep in, but still remember. But the few that remain open, they go deep. Corridors curve downward in spirals, sometimes leveling out into massive stone chambers. Each chamber is shaped differently, some circular, some oval, a few nearly triangular. No inscriptions, no furniture, no sign that humans ever lived or worked here, just emptiness and precision. One room has a central depression in the floor, shallow, bowl-shaped, smooth as glass. Above it, a perfectly circular hole in the ceiling lets in a single shaft of light. The effect is eerie, timeless, like a ritual was meant to happen here, but none you'd recognize. Some believe these holes were light shafts. Others say air vents. But every explanation feels like a placeholder, an attempt to explain something without understanding the question. What's hardest to ignore, though, is the sound, or rather what replaces it. If you stand still, completely still, you begin to hear it. A low hum, not loud, not rhythmic, just a presence. Like the stone itself is breathing. Like there's something vibrating just beyond your range of hearing, and your bones can feel it before your ears can. A sound engineer named Karan Singh once brought a portable audio lab into one of the vaults. He came with microphones and frequency sensors, just trying to study natural acoustics. But what he found didn't follow natural laws. He recorded a pulse, one that cycled every 11 seconds. Deep, subsonic, consistent, not wind, not seismic activity, not echo, just there. His team became disoriented. One assistant felt nauseated. Another reported a sudden spike in heart rate. They left the vault early, and the data was quietly shelved. Too strange, too hard to reproduce. The surrounding area offers no clues. On the surface, you'll find remnants of early Chalcolithic settlements, pottery shards, brick fragments, traces of life, but nothing that explains the vaults. Nothing that connects them to the known civilizations of the region. Some researchers believe the vaults are far older, possibly prehistoric, that they predate the agricultural societies that later rose above them, that they're the architectural leftovers of a people we've never named. That idea terrifies traditional archaeologists. Why? Because the vaults aren't crude. They're sophisticated. The stones are joined not with mortar or brick, but with pressure fits, massive slabs locked together so tightly that in many places, not even a razor blade could slide between them. And in one chamber, a curious anomaly. 3 slender columns, evenly spaced, standing at the far end of the vault. Not functional, not weight-bearing, just placed. Beneath them, a shallow recess in the floor, shaped like a keyhole. There's a sketch from 1889 that survives in a dusty British notebook. It shows the layout of the chamber labeled in faded ink recess. Low vibrations, possibly ceremonial. But ceremonial for whom? There are no signs of burial. No ash pits. No altars. No carvings. Just blank curved walls that seem to push sound in strange directions. One of the strangest features is the slope. Many of the tunnels descend at an angle of exactly 11 degrees. Again and again, that number appears in inclines in the angles of recesses, even in the spacing of ledges along the walls. Why 11? It's not a common angle in natural erosion, nor is it convenient for construction, but it recurs like a signature, like a code. Some fringe researchers believe the vaults were built to harness resonance frequencies tied to human biology, that if you sat inside long enough, the sound wouldn't just surround you, it would change you. Others say they were places of isolation, perhaps for meditation, or initiation spaces where silence becomes pressure, where thought bends inward and stays there. The wildest theories suggest these chambers were used to store language, not in writing, but in sound. That inside the right vault, if you speak the right word, the walls respond. That the stone has memory. Poetic, absolutely. Impossible, maybe not. One of the vaults, now inaccessible due to rockfall, was once filmed through a collapsed ceiling crack. Drone footage showed markings carved into the stone floor, overlapping circles, arcs and lines. Not Sanskrit, not Brahmi, Not any known script. They looked more like waveforms, oscillations, notations made not to be read, but felt. And this, perhaps, is the heart of the mystery. These vaults don't seem built for anything. They seem tuned, aligned to something we no longer recognize. Perhaps the sky, perhaps the earth, perhaps the human mind itself. You take a final breath inside one chamber. You try to hear the hum again. It's still there barely, faint, but it's not a sound. Not really. It's a presence, and you realize these weren't dwellings. They weren't tombs. They were instruments. And maybe the reason no one understands them is because we forgot how to play them. The desert returns again. But it's not the heat that finds you this time. It's the silence. The kind of silence that feels like it's pressing in from all sides, not from the absence of noise, but from the absence of time. You're standing in southern Iraq, not far from the banks of the ancient Euphrates. This is the land of ziggurats and clay tablets of kings whose names were burned into bricks and buried under dust. Sumerian land, the world's first recorded civilization. But what lies beneath the city of Girsu doesn't fit the script we've memorized. You see, Girsu is one of the oldest known Sumerian cities, older than Uruk, older than Babylon. And it gave us some of the earliest examples of writing. Cuneiform tablets, detailing gods, laws, temple inventories, crop tallies. Everything was documented. Everything except this. A structure buried beneath Girsu's ruins. A massive stone path. A causeway, one that seems to predate the city itself. The first hints came more than a century ago during early excavations by French archaeologist Ernest de Sarzec. Deep under the layers of ziggurats and temples, he found enormous flat stones, some cracked, others intact, laid out in a strange alignment. Not toward the temples, not toward city gates, just straight, marching northeast into nothing. Each stone measured over 30 feet in length, perfectly flat, dense, hard. Unlike the mud brick and fired clay the Sumerians used for nearly everything else, these were different. They were basalt. Basalt doesn't come from the plains of Mesopotamia. It's volcanic, heavy, and rare in this region. That means it had to be transported, hauled over great distances, possibly by river, possibly by unknown means, just to lay down this impossible path. And the Sumerians, the masters of cataloging and recording everything. They never mention it, not once. There are no references in any of the thousands of tablets recovered from Girsu. Not a line, not a metaphor, not a fragment. For a culture obsessed with documenting grain storage and celestial alignments, the absence is deafening. Some scholars assume it wasn't theirs, and that changes everything. When researchers mapped the causeway's direction using satellite data, they found it didn't point toward any known city, shrine, or trade route. It simply stretched northeast beneath layers of history vanishing into the sands. But here's the strange part. Ground-penetrating radar shows that the causeway doesn't continue in one unbroken line. It stops and starts. Some segments are missing entirely. Others appear misaligned. It's as if parts of it were torn away or maybe removed, deliberately. But why? More recent studies in 2016 noted magnetic anomalies beneath the path. Tiny residual signatures, pockets of metallic trace elements clinging to the stone. Not enough to be modern contamination. Just enough to suggest tools, maybe even machines, had once passed over or shaped these slabs. The pattern of those signatures hints at something else. Regular intervals, repeating gaps, almost like the rhythm of wheels. But wheels hadn't been invented yet, not when this thing was likely built. And even if they had, the basalt blocks are too precise, too tight. There's no dust between them, no wear. It doesn't feel like something meant to be used. It feels like something meant to contain. Some believe it's older than the city above it. That Girsu was founded not by accident, but by design planted directly over this strange path. Like the Sumerians, found the causeway and decided to build atop it, repurposing its mystery, without fully understanding what it had once been. And then there's the causeway's profile. From the surface, it seems flat. But beneath the slabs, engineers discovered something unexpected, a substructure. A kind of stone subfloor with narrow gaps that echo when tapped. Hollow spaces, not deep, but deliberate, like pressure vents or resonance chambers. In some sections, those echoes change pitch depending on where you stand. The sound shifts as you move. One researcher stood at 5 intervals and recorded 5 distinct tones, like keys on a buried piano. Another theory emerged. What if this wasn't a walkway? What if it was instrumental, not symbolic or ceremonial, but technological? Some archaeologists scoff, but others, the quiet ones, don't dismiss it so easily. Because there are signs. Small boreholes in some of the stones, shallow, perfectly round, equally spaced. These aren't damage marks. They're precise. In modern construction, they match what we now use for load-balancing joints, the kind used in bridges and runways to manage expansion pressure and seismic shock. But this structure predates not just engineering manuals. It predates the wheel, and yet it holds another mystery. Some of the stones appear cracked not by age, but by force. Burn marks, scorch lines, thermal fracturing. Like heat had been applied too quickly, breaking the surface tension. And only in select places, never randomly. Someone or something broke it, not accidentally, but on purpose. But why would anyone destroy a causeway beneath a sacred city? Some believe it was to hide it, to bury what was too strange to explain, to erase a path that led to something not meant to be found. One of the earliest explorers at Girsu wrote this in his notebook. The stones are too quiet, as if they are holding something in. I do not like to walk on them. He died a year later of fever. Today, the slabs remain, mostly unexcavated, too deep, too expensive, too inconvenient. But if you stand over them, right where the old city once bustled with priests and farmers and scribes, you can still find the edge of the causeway. Reach down. Feel the cold, dark basalt under layers of silt and time. And if you listen carefully, when the wind dies and the sky leans close, you might feel it hum. Not loud, not even audible, but low, like breath held in stone. The kind of sound that doesn't rise from below you, but from within you. Because maybe this wasn't a road for people. Maybe it was a seal, a lid, and maybe it was never meant to be opened. The air here smells different. Acrid, mineral-rich, laced with something sharp and metallic. You're standing in the shadow of a ruined fortress nestled in the Iranian highlands, a place known as Takhti Soliman, or the Throne of Solomon. It's surrounded by dry winds, volcanic stone, and stories far older than the books that tried to contain them. You'd think it was just another ruined temple complex. A few broken Sassanid columns, crumbling Zoroastrian shrines, maybe a basalt pool once used for rituals. But step off the tourist path, wander a little farther through the ash-colored dust, and you find something they don't mention on the signs. The petrified thrones, not thrones carved from rock, no thrones made of it. As if stone had once been soft and shaped, then flash frozen in place. 7 massive seats lie partially hidden along the slope of the valley's rim. They aren't arranged like a council circle. They don't form a line. They sit in a slow crescent facing toward what used to be a bubbling geothermal lake, now dry, silent, but still ringed with faint sulfur deposits. Each throne is different. 1 is cracked down the center. 2 are half submerged in earth like they've been sinking for centuries. But all are shaped with impossible precision, angular, asymmetric, and proportioned in a way that doesn't quite fit the human frame. They aren't comfortable. They aren't decorative. They weren't made to impress. They feel functional, built for purpose, built to do something, or perhaps built for someone else. And that's where it gets weird, because when researchers studied the composition of these thrones, they found something unexpected. The stone wasn't from the surrounding area. It's a form of basalt dark green-black, with embedded metallic flecks that shimmer under infrared. The nearest match geologically over 300 kilometers away. But it gets stranger. The thrones weren't chiseled into shape. They bear no tool marks, no signs of being carved. Instead, their surfaces are smooth too smooth, striated in subtle curves, as if the material had once been poured, not cut. Hardened into form like metal cast in a mold, and inside that stone, traces of molybdenum and tungsten, both rare, both exceptionally resistant to heat. Metals you don't expect to find inside a ritual seat from 2,000 years ago. Geologists, when presented with core samples, were baffled. "This isn't ancient masonry," one reportedly said. "This is engineering." And then there's the alignment. The thrones don't face north or east or toward the ruins of the known temples. They face the former lake once fed by geothermal springs so hot they boiled year-round even in snow. A lake that locals used to call the Eye. Old Persian texts, half myth, half cosmology, speak of a place where the fire of the sky met the water of the deep. A place where counsel was taken, and the world was kept in balance by fire and stone. You might dismiss it, until you realize something else. In 2017, a drone survey scanned the valley and uncovered a trench running from the thrones to a buried shaft on the lake's edge. The shaft is sealed now, collapsed. But the imaging revealed vitrified walls, stone fused together by heat so intense it turned them to glass, the kind of heat you'd find in a modern industrial furnace or a rocket engine. But this was built in a valley used for shepherding goats. So, who needed heat like that? The locals have their own stories. They say the thrones were never meant for kings or gods or even men. They say they were built for watchers, silent figures who came not from above, but through emerging in times of crisis, seated around the Eye, waiting for the next alignment. And that's the part no one wants to say out loud. Because the thrones, they're aligned not to the equinox like most ancient structures, but to the solstice, winter solstice, the longest night of the year. Stand on the central throne at sunrise on that day, and the light doesn't hit the lake. It threads between the armrests of all 7 seats, illuminating their bases in perfect sequence like switches. It's not religion, it's timing. Even the acoustics defy logic. In 2019, a sound engineer was filming a documentary in the area. He whispered into the carved armrest of the second throne. 10 meters away, a colleague standing in front of another seat heard the whisper clearly. Not echoed, not amplified, directed. The sound had traveled not across the valley, but through the shape of the stone. They tested it again and again. It kept working. Each throne resonated differently. Each one seemed to channel sound in its own unique way. What kind of technology is that? Who were these seats built for? What kind of gathering required thrones shaped like signal conductors and pressure sinks? Were they ceremonial? Or were they functional control stations, communication points, maybe something stranger? We don't know. But here's what we do know. Radiation readings taken in 2020 around the base of the thrones showed slightly elevated ionization, just enough to raise eyebrows. Not dangerous, not radioactive, but measurable. Something changed the stone, and that brings us to the final puzzle. Burn marks, not from torches, not from fires lit in reverence, no concentrated heat. Several of the thrones show signs of scorching along their base and backside, like they were exposed to directional energy, not scattered flame. The burns are symmetrical, clean, intentional, and yet no one knows when they happened or why. Today, the thrones lie in silence, half buried, unmapped, on tourist guides, ignored by mainstream archaeology. You could walk right past them and never notice. But if you stop, just for a moment, and sit, you might feel something stir. Not fear, not wonder, just wait. The kind of wait that says you're in the presence of something built to last. Not for comfort, not for glory, but to listen, to wait. And maybe when the sky aligns again and the eye reopens, there'll no longer be thrones. There'll be stations, and the ones who built them, they'll know exactly where to sit. The wind sharpens as you move north. Not a breeze this time, but a true Arctic breath, cold, metallic, and ancient. The air tastes like ice and iron. You're standing now on the frozen coastline of Franz Josef Land, a remote archipelago just beneath the North Pole. Fewer than 100 people have ever set foot on some of these islands. Most satellites barely glance at them. It's not a place built for humans, and yet someone built something here, or maybe beneath here. The islands are scattered like icy stepping stones across the Barents Sea. Most of the year they're encased in permafrost, their surfaces fractured by glaciers and silence. But hidden under that snow, under those unmapped cliffs, is something the modern world was never supposed to find. It started in 2013 with a Russian scientific team performing standard magnetic surveys on Alexandra Land, the westernmost island. They were there to study glacial retreat. What they found, instead, anomaly. Below the ice, the instruments picked up something strange: right angles. Subsurface radar showed a large rectangular chamber over 90 meters long, buried under 3,000 years of compacted snow ice and sediment. The chamber wasn't a cave. It wasn't a lava tube. It was structured. The echo pattern of the scan revealed pillars spaced evenly and walls made not of ice, but stone. Not local stone. Not glacial rock. Something different. And then, silence. No excavation followed. No press release. Just a quiet note in a closed report and a recommendation: restrict access. Still in 2020, a set of leaked thermal scans allegedly captured by a high-altitude drone sparked renewed interest. The images revealed warm pockets under the ice in geometric shapes. Perfect squares, arcs, even spirals, too regular, too clean, and somehow still warm. One of the scans showed a consistent 2 to 3 degrees Celsius rise in temperature inside one of the chambers. Not enough to melt ice, but enough to suggest that something beneath the frost was generating heat. Residual energy, ongoing function. No one knows. Or maybe someone does and isn't saying. Then came the fragments. On Graham Bell Island, part of the same archipelago, A geology team in the late 1990s uncovered stone pieces embedded in ice cliffs. They were cuboid, etched with shallow grooves. Some had interlocking teeth along their edges, shapes you'd expect in machinery or architectural frameworks, not in glacial debris. They were cataloged as natural anomalies and forgotten until 2016, when a routine military supply trip stumbled upon something stranger, a wall. Not big, just a single vertical slab, 2.3 meters tall, poking from the snow like a frozen tooth. It was made of composite stone, harder than granite, but unnaturally smooth, almost polished. Around its base, the snow didn't settle, even at 30 degrees Celsius. The stone radiated faint warmth enough to melt a halo in the ice around it. No heat source, no explanation. Its surface bore a faint relief, 3 spiraling lines converging inward. Not words, not art, just geometry. Coiled perfect and silent. They called it a vortex marker. No one could move it. Drills bounced off. Thermal cutters failed, so it was left alone. Some researchers began to speculate. What if these structures weren't ruins, but outposts? What if we weren't looking at buildings, but terminals, shelters, machines? The mythologies don't help unless you know where to look. Old Norse legends speak of a frozen circle near the top of the world, where the skyborn ones built houses of skystone, places that glowed in the dark, places that could not be entered unless the land accepted you. Most scholars consider it poetic allegory, but local Arctic peoples, hunters, trappers, and nomads, have whispered similar things for centuries. Tales of humming stones, of sleeping lights, of islands that pulse under your feet when the sun never rises. And then, of course, there are the shafts. Subsurface sonar has detected at least 5 vertical tunnels, each 12 meters, across descending beneath the ice shelf on Alexandra Land. 2 appear to spiral downward. 3 go straight and vanish from scan range. Lined with what? No one knows. But one of them, according to a 2021 internal memo, resonated. That's right. When the ground above it was struck with seismic equipment, the shaft vibrated. Not like a hollow cave, like a tuned chamber. The signal bounced back with a signature frequency 1 that repeated in harmonic overtones. Someone somewhere used that word. Again, resonance. Others suggested geothermal pressure, magnetic anomalies. But deep down, they all knew. This wasn't geology. This was architecture. As the polar ice melts faster than ever, more of Franz Josef Land is being exposed. In 2022, satellite footage caught a brief glimpse of something on the southern shore of Wiener Neustadt Island. A doorway, stone-framed, half-buried. It faced east. Above the arch, 3 intersecting arcs etched into the surface, an exact match for the vortex symbol seen years before. This symbol doesn't appear in any known Arctic tradition. It doesn't belong to Norse Slavic or indigenous iconography, but it has appeared elsewhere, in the stonework of Baalbek, Lebanon, etched into a 900-ton foundation block, on a buried chamber door in El Tajin, Mexico, and faintly near the edge of one of the hexagonal halls beneath Sardinia, too far apart to be a coincidence, too precise to be accidental, and no one's talking about it. Not governments, not academics, not the people who know how to trace heat through ice or shape memory through stone. Because maybe this outpost, this place of warmth beneath ice, isn't just a fluke. Maybe it's a part of something larger, a network. And maybe it's waking up, not with movement, not with machines, but with pattern, a slow echo, a long forgotten hum rising up through frost and time. So you stand now on a frozen slope, wind biting through your jacket boots, sinking into the snow. Beneath you, silence, but not the silence of nothing, the silence of waiting. And if you press your ear to the stone, you might hear it, the low, rhythmic pulse of a place that was never ruined. Only buried, only paused, only sleeping. Until now, dust rises as you step forward, fine and weightless, coating your skin like ancient memory. You're in Pakistan now, on the banks of the Indus River, near the remains of a city whose name breathes softly through the centuries, Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead. Most visitors come here to marvel at the straight streets, the grid-like layout, the miracle of urban planning achieved nearly 5,000 years ago. They point at the sewer systems, the uniform bricks, the Great Bath. This is where the textbooks smile. This is where civilization begins. But that's the surface story. You're here for what lies beneath. Not just beneath the city's sandy foundations, but beneath its reputation, beneath the curated narrative we've all agreed to accept. Because outside, the excavated blocks beyond the signs and guided paths, there are shapes. Low mounds, dismissed as natural rises, earth bumps, nothing worth the effort. But satellite scans tell a different story. In 2018, a team of independent researchers ran a series of high-resolution LiDAR sweeps over the outer perimeter of Mohenjo-Daro. What they discovered, buried under just 2-3 meters of sediment, shook the idea of the site to its core. Angular foundations, hidden platforms, hexagonal layouts, walls not made from the familiar red bricks of the city, but from a darker, harder material, diorite, a stone far more difficult to carve, far more durable, and never used in Indus Valley construction. And these weren't just scattered blocks. They formed patterns, a large octagonal base here, a star-shaped enclosure there, and in between channels, tunnels, passageways, structures not designed for housing or water, but something else, something precise. One scan, taken southeast of the Great Bath, revealed a subterranean chamber, elliptical, smooth, with a vaulted ceiling. At its center sat a single stone plinth. Not a burial slab, not an altar, but something scorched. One side of the plinth showed signs of extreme heat exposure. Not from firewood or torches, but from a concentrated energy source hot enough to alter the molecular composition of the stone. That chamber has never been officially excavated. The team that found it reassigned, their findings quietly shelved. The university overseeing the study went silent, but whispers still travel. They say that beneath the well-ordered city of the Indus, there are temples that aren't temples. That the real reason Mohenjo-Daro seems to lack grand monuments, no ziggurats, no pyramids, no stone palaces, is because the monuments are buried. Not collapsed, deliberately buried, sealed. One half-broken tablet held in the Mohenjo-Daro Museum shows something strange. It's usually dismissed as symbolic, mythic. But take a closer look. It shows a stepped structure, not the kind used for buildings, but for power. Each level is adorned with spirals. Each corner bears a star with 8 points. Now trace that over the angular shapes on the scans. They match. The grid, the positioning, even the spacing between mounds corresponds to the points on that forgotten star. Could it be a map? Could the city we know be the decoration? Could the real machine lie beneath? In 2022, a fragment of carved stone was recovered accidentally during irrigation, digging a few kilometers from the city. It was tested in Lahore. It didn't match any known construction from the Indus period. It was heavily crystallized, its surface fused by intense heat, possibly electrical discharge. Along its length ran a microscopic groove, almost like a laser trace. But here's the part no one likes to talk about. There are stories told quietly passed down through families living near the site. Old tales of a city that lit the sky, of people who used sound, not just for language, but for lifting stone, and of towers, tall, angular, with black surfaces that vibrated when touched. They say the towers are still there, still humming, just buried. And sometimes, at dawn, when the wind is still and the light is just right, you can hear something beneath your feet if you walk far enough beyond the ruins. A kind of tone, not a sound exactly, more like a presence, a pressure in your bones, the suggestion of something alive in the silence. Skeptics roll their eyes, of course. They cite erosion, seismic activity, coincidences of geometry. But erosion doesn't build stars underground, and coincidences don't heat fuse stone. So you find yourself wandering past the boundary fence, walking the edge of the city eyes, drifting to the places no one digs. You picture the angular foundations, the scorched plinths, the buried grid that mimics a forgotten dialect of engineering, not religion. And you start to wonder, what kind of civilization builds temples so carefully aligned, so deliberately constructed, only to bury them? What kind of culture seals off its most advanced architecture and pretends it never existed, unless the burial wasn't shame, unless it was protection, a shutdown, a system going dormant? The deeper you go, the more the evidence leans towards something uncomfortable. That Mohenjo-Daro wasn't the beginning of civilization. It was the afterglow, a shell built on top of something more advanced, something that harnessed energy, sound, light, something that sang through stone and passed memory through platforms, not scrolls, something we forgot how to read. And if even a piece of that still hums beneath the earth, if the scorched stones still carry charge, if the star-aligned mounds still pulse beneath centuries of dust, then Mohenjo-Daro isn't just a city. It's a seal, a layer of silence placed above a voice too loud to hear. So you walk the quiet streets now, the orderly ruins, and under your feet something waits. Still warm, still dreaming, still powered off, but not broken. And maybe, just maybe, still listening. The air is thin here. You're high up now, way up in a lonely corridor, carved between some of the tallest mountains on Earth. This is the Wakhan Corridor, a narrow sliver of northeastern Afghanistan, where jagged peaks of the Pamirs, the Hindu Kush, and the Karakoram converge like tectonic scars. Time doesn't move quickly here. It walks with its head down, pressed against the wind. This region has been a crossroads for millennia. Traders, monks, herders, soldiers, all passing through, none staying long. But even among those who know every twist of the high trails, there's a place they don't talk about much. A place where towers rise from the frost like blackened ribs. They're called the Shadow Towers, and they shouldn't be here. You see them before you realize what you're looking at. Tall, angular forms jutting from the rocks, camouflaged against the cliffs. Not just one or two, but a chain of them. 14 that we know of, maybe more hidden behind scree and snowfall. They don't belong to any known architectural tradition. Not Buddhist stupas, not Islamic minarets, not Silk Road way stations. There's something else entirely, built of dark volcanic stone, basalt, or something like it, but with metallic flecks visible in the sunlight. Each tower stands between 5 to 15 meters high, with flat square bases and inner chambers you can just barely crawl into. No inscriptions, no reliefs, no decoration. But every single one is hollow, and every single one is aligned. You take out a compass. The needle spins just slightly, then resets. You try again. Same result. A subtle wobble, just enough to make you question everything. When researchers mapped the tower's positions using GPS, they found something chilling. They aren't placed randomly. 7 of them align with the path of the winter solstice sun, marking sunrise and sunset with eerie precision. Another 4 are aligned to Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, revered by ancient astronomers across multiple continents. But who was measuring the stars in this frozen, forgotten corridor? Local herders call the towers Gal-e-Seya, black forts, but no one claims to have built them. The oldest stories describe them only as being left behind. Markers, beacons, watchers. When the sun hits the side of one of the towers during solstice, the shadow it casts forms a perfect triangle on the snow, angled and symmetrical, matching the base dimensions of the tower itself. You don't get symmetry like that by accident. Inside, the chambers are silent, but not empty. One tower partially collapsed, revealed a spiral staircase carved into the interior wall. It had long since given way, but the remnants showed a hexagonal base. In the center of the floor, a calcite deposit arranged in concentric circles. Beneath that magnetized rock, foreign to the immediate region, tests performed on the magnetized core found it responds to low-frequency sound. Yes, sound, which might explain the next part. A private research group brought contact microphones and frequency sensors to one of the towers, just to listen, just to see. What they recorded was strange. During sunrise, a low subharmonic vibration, barely detectable, resonated through the stone, not caused by footsteps, not wind, a pulse. When played back on audio equipment, the vibration produced a tone around 110 hertz, the same frequency found in the hypogeum of Malta, the same resonance that affects the temporal lobe of the human brain, responsible for memory, spatial awareness, and emotion. Coincidence? Maybe once, not 4 times. Not in a structure built with no cultural reference, no script, no tools left behind. Not when the design suggests more than shelter or defense. One tower located at the apex of a ridge shows something different. Its base is surrounded by flat slabs embedded in the ground. When mapped by drone, those slabs form a triangular pattern connecting with the positions of 2 other nearby towers. It's a geoglyph, only visible from above, like the Nazca lines, like the spiral complexes in the Libyan desert, meant not for human eyes, but for some higher vantage. But there's more. 2 of the towers, both nearly identical in size and structure, bear grooves at their base, shallow channels forming perfect arcs that meet at 72-degree intervals. That number again, 72 degrees. The harmonic angle found in pentagonal geometry, in sound resonance, and yes, in orbital precession cycles. You're beginning to feel it now, aren't you? The towers aren't decorative. They're functional. Or maybe they were. Maybe they still are. But what were they meant to do? Some suggest the towers were a kind of harmonic grid, a primitive but powerful system for mapping frequencies, aligning light, sound, and magnetic fields in one of the most remote and undisturbed places on Earth. Others say they were resonators, structures designed to vibrate at specific frequencies to interact with the environment or with something else. A few whisper older names: the stone shepherds, the first architects, the ones who vanished. You brush snow off one tower's side. The stone is warm, not hot, but warmer, than it should be. Inside, the light from your lantern catches something grooves carved into the upper rim of the chamber. Parallel lines, intersecting arcs. They don't form letters, they form signal paths. And then you remember a detail similar grooves were found in structures 5,000 miles away, in Armenia, in Malta, in Bolivia, always in places where no one can explain who built what or why, always in places where the ground hums, theories swirl, ritual sites, energy nodes, stargates. But what if the towers are none of those things? What if they're notifications built to send something, built to echo a message across time or space or both? Maybe no one's listening anymore. Maybe someone is. The wind picks up. The sky darkens. You take a step back from the tower and look up. Its black edge cuts across the gray-white sky like a monolith too stubborn to fall. You try to shake off the feeling, but it lingers. That these towers weren't built as monuments. They were calibrated, not for comfort, but for precision. And that somewhere, someone or something might still be watching the shadows they cast, waiting for the alignment to return, waiting for the tone to repeat, waiting for us to hear them again. Now, the air is dry again, but with a different weight, warm, dusty, laced with sandstone and age. You've crossed into North Africa now, into the heart of Algeria, standing at the edge of one of the most well-preserved Roman cities ever unearthed, Timgad. To the average visitor, Timgad is a marvel of Roman order. Right-angled streets, wide forums, arches still standing after nearly 2,000 years. The kind of city where everything fits, everything, measures everything makes sense, but that's just the view from above. Beneath this perfectly gridded Roman colony lies a secret few speak of and fewer still understand. A secret of stone reservoirs that shouldn't exist, and more importantly, shouldn't be Roman. They were discovered by accident, an uneven echo beneath the pavement, a stone that rang hollow when struck. Archaeologists dug deeper, expecting cisterns or storm drains. What they found were vaults, dozens of them, buried beneath the city in carefully spaced intervals. Vated chambers of stone interconnected by narrow tunnels, some accessible, others sealed. All of them hidden beneath streets, beneath homes, beneath the facade of civilization. At first, it was assumed these were Roman water systems. After all, the Romans were masters of aqueducts, of baths, of fountains. But the deeper the researchers looked, the more the evidence unraveled, because these chambers weren't Roman in style, not at all. Roman cisterns are functional, often rough-lined with waterproof plaster. These vaults were polished. The stones were perfectly cut and interlocked without mortar. The angles were mathematical. The pressure fit seamless. No Latin inscriptions, no builder marks, just clean, perfect stonework. And then came the material analysis. The vaults weren't made of limestone, the most common stone used for Timgad's surface structures. They were made of basalt, dense, volcanic, incredibly hard, and completely foreign to the area, the nearest source over 200 kilometers away. Who in their right mind would haul tons of basalt across the desert to build something underground only to cover it up? Unless it was already there. One team from France proposed something quietly radical, that the vaults predate the Roman city by centuries, maybe even millennia. That Trajan's engineers found something already buried in the desert and simply built over it. That Timgad wasn't founded from scratch, but rather positioned above a pre-existing structure. A foundation of memory waiting to be forgotten. Satellite imaging later revealed an even stranger pattern The vaults were arranged in triangular formations, 3 chambers forming equilateral patterns beneath key public zones: the baths, the forum, the basilica, as if the city plan had been layered on top of an invisible triangle grid. No one builds their plumbing system in triangles, unless the plumbing was never the point, and it might not have been, because one of the sealed chambers accidentally breached in 2009 wasn't a cistern at all. It wasn't connected to any known water source. No pipes, no inlets, no drains. Inside, researchers found a shallow octagonal basin carved directly into the floor. The walls were curved, not angular. The ceiling arched upward into a spiral dome, one that appeared to focus sound. They tested the acoustics. The result: a resonance peak at 111 Hz. That number again? The same tone recorded in other ancient chambers around the world. The same frequency that seems to activate parts of the human brain responsible for spatial perception, altered consciousness, and according to some researchers, states of trance. And there's more. Blackened marks lined the base of the walls. Not soot, not scorch, but thermal alteration stone that had been flash heated from within. Like an energy source had been activated in the center of the room. Or something had once burned there, but not with fire. No ash, no residue, just scars. Some archaeologists now believe the vaults weren't for storing water. They were for storing energy, not electricity as we know it, but resonance, frequency. A kind of primitive, or perhaps post-primitive technology that interacted with the earth itself. A few fringe theorists even go further. They point to Nabatean tombs, pre-Egyptian cavities in the desert, and now these vaults as part of a forgotten global system. Power centers designed not to fuel cities, but to align them, anchor them, even protect them. And then there are the symbols. In 2009, beneath the collapsed apse of a Roman bath, archaeologists uncovered a second chamber. On the walls were markings. Not Latin, not Punic, not Berber, not any script found in Roman North Africa. They were geometric glyphs, concentric triangles, spirals intersecting with squares. A repeating pattern of 3 lines crossed by a fourth like a signal map. Not language, not art. Function. The markings resembled others found across the Mediterranean on tablets recovered in Crete, on underground walls in Malta, and in chambered tombs in Sardinia. But what were they doing here, in Roman Algeria, buried beneath a city that on the surface was textbook civilization? The answer may be the same one we've seen again and again. The Romans didn't build it, they inherited it. Just like the Greeks built atop Minoan ruins. Just like Christian churches were raised over Mithraic temples. Just like cities across the world are quietly layered over memories we pretend not to notice. Timgad is not just a Roman outpost. It's a skin, a mask. Beneath it lies something older, something quieter, something that doesn't glow in torchlight, but resonates in stone. You kneel in one of the open vaults. The air is still. The acoustics are strange. A whisper carries too far. Your own breath sounds distant, and for a moment you wonder, what if these weren't chambers at all? What if they were terminals, places where people once gathered to connect not with each other, but with the planet itself? A resonance network, or something more. Maybe the ancients didn't just map the earth, maybe they tuned it. And maybe these vaults are still part of the instrument, still waiting for the right frequency, still humming just below the threshold of belief. You stand, dust your hands. The Roman grid is still above you, still orderly, still proud. But down here, the rules don't apply. Just triangles, just stone, just silence, and the deep, low hum of something that was never meant to be buried, only paused. You move east now, over deserts, across highlands, until the land rises and breaks into cliffs so deep they seem to swallow the horizon. This is Ethiopia's Blue Nile Gorge, a gash in the earth so vast it makes rivers look like thread. The river that carved it has been flowing for millions of years, but what lies beneath it might be even older. Older than cities, older than names. They call it the tunnel grid. You wouldn't notice it from above. The cliffs are too steep, the rock too jagged. From a plane or a map, it just looks like another geological wound. But if you know where to look, along certain shadowed ledges under certain fractured overhangs, you'll find the openings. Not cave mouths, not erosion cracks, doors. Rectangular, perfectly measured. Too narrow to be natural. Too precise to be accidental. The first reports came not from scientists, but from herders. Generations ago, they told stories of goats vanishing near certain stones, of voices rising from beneath the rock, of strange winds that came from the ground instead of the sky. Then came the British in the early 1900s, mapping the river for trade. One surveyor's journal, buried in a dusty archive in Addis Ababa, makes a curious note. The rock speaks when the air is still. Sounds like breathing. Hollow, not empty. Decades later, those stories were forgotten until someone brought radar. That's when things got serious. Lidar and subsurface scans revealed not just one tunnel, but dozens, carved into the walls of the gorge, spaced in regular intervals, some horizontal, some sloping, all of them shaped with straight edges, arching ceilings, and polished walls. Not rough, not crumbling, not eroded. Engineered, the first tunnel properly entered was found near the village of Dejan. It extended over 180 meters into the rock before a collapse halted further progress. Along its length were branch tunnels, smaller, narrower, but spaced with mathematical consistency. Every 22 meters. No variation. Who carves into basalt cliffs with that kind of precision? And why? None of the known Ethiopian kingdoms, Aksumite, Zagwe Solomonic, left behind anything like this. Their architecture was vertical, grand, ornate. These tunnels, they were secret, silent, unadorned. And then came the chamber. At the end of one branch, just before the collapse, a partially excavated hall was discovered. It was unlike anything else in the region. Massive, nearly 30 meters wide, with columns carved directly from the bedrock. No seams, no assembly, just stone. In the center of the room was a raised platform with a strange groove running down its middle, cut with machine-like precision. The groove didn't lead anywhere. It didn't drain. It didn't hold anything, unless what it held wasn't meant to be stored. Maybe it moved. One geophysicist who surveyed the chamber later called it an ancient platform mount. But mount for what no one knows, and no one's allowed to dig deeper because everything changed after the 2007 drone incident. A research team funded by a private European institute dropped a lightweight drone into one of the deeper shafts. It flew for 5 minutes. Then it went dark, but not before it transmitted one image. A massive underground hall. Pillars, arches, and on the far wall, a door, not carved into the rock, but inserted. Polygonal, smooth, made from some composite darker than the surrounding basalt. In its center, a spiral, not etched, but embedded and faintly glowing under the drone's infrared light. Then the feed cut. The drone was never recovered. The team disbanded. The site restricted. Local authorities called it a safety precaution, seismic risk, collapse hazard, but the locals know better. They call the grid the breathways because when the air is still and you stand near one of the tunnel mouths, you can feel it whine moving out. Slowly, in cycles, like something deep below is breathing. In, out, and then silence. You descend now, carefully, into one of the accessible entrances. The walls are smooth, slightly concave. Your flashlight doesn't flicker, but it feels dimmer down here, like the light doesn't travel as far as it should. About 20 meters in, you stop. The air shifts, the temperature drops, and something presses against your chest. Not a physical force, but a presence, a pressure. As if the space itself is remembering, because some spaces don't echo with sound, they echo with intention. One theory suggests the tunnels are a transportation network, like veins beneath the earth, but they weren't meant for carts, or water, or people. They were meant for something else, something that moved without walking. Some of the grooves in the floor, they resemble modern rail guides, not for wheels, but for stabilization. They're equidistant, repeating, frictionless. You begin to see the tunnels not as empty spaces, but as tracks or circuits. And if that's true, then the Blue Nile isn't just a gorge. It's a conduit, a buried skeleton of a system we never understood, one that was covered, not erased. And here's the final puzzle. Every tunnel entrance is flanked by a stone, a standing slab. They vary in height, some waist-high, others over 2 meters. Each one is carved with strange geometric symbols, spirals within rectangles, triple arcs, angled cuts. No language, just precision. One symbol, 3 loops enclosed in a rectangle, repeats again and again. No known culture in the area ever used it. But it's been found before, in Malta, in Iran, on a basalt slab pulled from Lake Issyk-Kul. Same size, same proportions, same carving technique. Coincidence? That word's losing power, isn't it? You're starting to understand. This isn't a local mystery. It's part of something larger, a network buried in pieces around the world, across deserts, beneath lakes, under temples we thought we understood. And here, in the Blue Nile Gorge, it sleeps beneath the river that fed the first pharaohs, beneath the cliffs that watched humanity rise, still intact, still unexplained, still waiting. You exit the tunnel blinking into sunlight. The gorge stretches out in both directions, vast and silent. But deep below your feet, something moves, not in speed, not in motion, but in memory. Because some things aren't meant to be walked through. They're meant to be listened to. And the gorge, it's speaking in stone. You're in the jungle now. Thick air, sweet and heavy. The kind of heat that sticks to your skin and refuses to leave. You're standing among the dense green foliage of Veracruz, Mexico. Birds call above you. Monkeys chatter in the trees. But beneath your boots, something older than the rainforest hums in silence. This is El Tajin, one of the most enigmatic ancient cities in Mesoamerica. Most come for the visible wonders, the pyramid of the niches, the ornate stone courts where the sacred ball game was played. Tourists marvel at the decorations, the glyphs, the columns, and then they leave satisfied with the narrative An impressive regional capital filled with ceremonial architecture abandoned before the Spanish ever arrived. But if you know where to look and know who to ask, there's another story buried under the vines. It starts with a door, a sealed black stone doorway hidden beneath the pyramid's foundation, not carved with glyphs, not adorned with jaguars or gods, just smooth, basaltic stone, polished like glass, cool to the touch, even in 100-degree heat. It was first uncovered during an excavation in 1992. The team was working on stabilizing the pyramid's base when they hit something that wasn't part of the temple structure. A hollow thud, a sealed void. They found the door, and then under pressure from funding agencies and bureaucrats, they reburied it. The official story says it was a collapsed chamber, nothing of interest. But one member of the excavation team kept talking, quietly, to the right people. He said the door wasn't broken. It wasn't part of the pyramid. It was beneath it, older, different, wrong. And behind the door, a hum, not imagined, not poetic, real, audibly recorded, a sound that vibrated at a consistent frequency, one they later identified as approximately 96 hertz. It pulsed every few seconds, like a heart, like a machine left on standby. And the stone? It wasn't local. Chemical analysis, before the testing was shut down, suggested the basalt used for the door came from over 300 kilometers away near the Gulf Coast, transported across mountains, rivers, and jungle, not rolled, not dragged, floated, because the stone bore tiny ridges shaped like scoops on its underside, traces of movement, polishing caused by suspension, maybe by water, maybe something else, and the shape of the door, not rectangular, octagonal. Why would a pre-Columbian civilization that used mostly square and rectangular design build a doorway shaped like an 8-sided portal? Unless it wasn't theirs. Unless the pyramid wasn't the purpose, but the disguise. A cover, a seal. What really turns heads, though, is what lies below that doorway. Because in 2005, satellite ground scans revealed a spherical void underneath the pyramid, a chamber 18 meters in diameter. Perfectly round, unreachable by any known tunnel. A cavity that shouldn't exist. No tunnel, no shaft, no collapse, just emptiness. And in the center of that void, a reflective anomaly, a solid object round about 3 meters wide, with a mirrored surface that reflects radar differently from the surrounding stone. They call it the stone orb. No one's seen it directly, but the data is clear. It's there, buried, sealed, untouchable, and maybe still doing something. Because electromagnetic readings around the pyramid fluctuate, not consistently, not wildly, but enough. Enough to raise eyebrows, enough to cause cameras to glitch compasses, to spin batteries to drain, especially near the base of the Pyramid of the Niches. The locals know. They've always known. The Totonac people, whose ancestors built or inherited this city, have legends that talk about speaking stones, about places that sang, not metaphorically, literally. The stories speak of a sleeping voice beneath the pyramid, a mouth of the earth sealed long ago, not to protect it from us, but to protect us from it. And remember this, El Tajin is riddled with patterns, circles, niches, staircases in specific counts. The Pyramid of the Niches has 365 square hollows arranged in tiers. It's widely believed to be a calendar, but not for tracking time. For locking it, a countdown, a rhythm, a synchronization protocol. Nobody knows. But the frequency coming from the orb, if that's where the hum is really coming from, suggests resonant energy, a field that might once have connected to similar structures across Mesoamerica, maybe beyond. Think about it. The Mayans built observatories. The Zapotecs carved mountaintop plazas. The Olmecs even earlier built heads so precise in weight and orientation, they've never tipped or shifted despite earthquakes and centuries of jungle. And now, here's El Tajin, with a sphere buried under a pyramid, sealed behind a black octagonal door, humming a frequency we barely understand. It doesn't feel like a ruin. It feels like a terminal. Still online, still pinging into the void waiting for an answer. And maybe the pyramid wasn't built to worship it. Maybe it was built to suppress it, or cloak it. And the hum, maybe it's not a warning. Maybe it's a greeting, one we stopped answering long ago, or one we were never supposed to hear in the first place. You stand at the edge of the temple plaza now. The stones around you are hot. Birds chirp. Wind moves through the trees like distant breath. But underneath it all, you can almost feel it. A pressure, a rhythm, a message pulsing from beneath the earth. The orb isn't broken. It isn't silent. It's waiting, not for sacrifice, not for prayers, but for someone who remembers how to listen. And when that someone arrives, El Tajin might not be the city we thought it was. It might be the doorway. You cross the ocean now, half a world away, until the horizon sharpens into green cliffs and foaming surf. You're in Ireland. Not the postcard version, not the cozy stone cottages and sheep on the hillside. You're standing in the wind-blown wilds of County Sligo, staring at a hill called Knocknaria. Atop the hill sits a massive stone cairn, one of the largest in Europe, known as Queen Maeve's tomb. A mountain of rock carefully heaped into a mound over 10 meters tall and 50 meters wide. No entrance, no confirmed burial. Just wait. Just silence. Locals say it holds a warrior queen. Others whisper that it holds something older, but that's not why you're here. You're here because the cairn hides something. It begins with the ground. Not the cairn itself, but what lies beneath it. A few years ago, ground-penetrating radar revealed an unexpected void, an oval-shaped chamber deep under the mound, perfectly centered. A chamber no one can access, not because of the stone, but because the air pressure changes near the base of the cairn. Sensors placed near the entrance detect subtle drops in pressure, regular as a heartbeat, as if something inside is breathing. Archaeologists call it thermal venting. Locals call it the sigh. Every morning, just before sunrise, a faint mist escapes from the cracks in the stone. It lasts about 30 seconds. Then it stops. And once it's gone, the pressure stabilizes again, but only until the next day. Then there are the tones. In 2018, a team of acoustic engineers from Dublin brought high-sensitivity microphones to the site to study wind flow over the cairn. What they found instead was a frequency barely audible but consistent. Around 95 hertz, faint rhythmic humming from beneath the stone. And here's where things get stranger. That tone changes during the solstices. Every December and June, the frequency shifts slightly, just by a few hertz. Not enough for the human ear to notice, but enough to show up on a spectrogram. The team ran the numbers. When mapped as a wave pattern, the shifts match the oscillation of the Earth's magnetic field at this exact latitude. It's as if the cairn is tuned to the planet itself. But this isn't some loose pile of rocks. This is engineering. The cairn contains over 30,000 tons of limestone, each placed without mortar. And even more baffling, the base of the cairn contains slabs of quartz, a mineral known for its piezoelectric properties. In other words, it responds to pressure with electricity. Who built a power-reactive structure in Neolithic Ireland? And why? Some researchers think it's a burial monument. That seems safe, simple, easy to publish. But others, they're not so sure. Because when you step back, when you scan the region, you start to see the pattern. Knocknarea isn't alone. It's part of a triangle. 3 sites, Knocknarea, Carrowmore, and Cairns Hill, form an equilateral triangle nearly 10 kilometers on each side. All contain megalithic structures. All are oriented to celestial events, and all of them show magnetic anomalies. At Knocknarea, specifically, magnetometers have recorded minor field distortions, subtle shifting pulses that seem to ripple outward from the cairn. The signal isn't random. It follows a rhythm, somewhere around 13.1 cycles per second. The same frequency as the human brain in a relaxed meditative state. And here's the kicker. The chamber beneath the cairn isn't empty. In 2020, a multi-angle radar sweep revealed a structure inside. A raised platform polygonal in shape surrounded by low wall-like ridges. No access shaft, no path down, no sign of burial. It's just there, perfectly centered, perfectly aligned, and made from a different stone, basalt. Volcanic rock, transported here from the north, perhaps even across the Irish Sea, the only other known Irish site using that type of basalt Newgrange. And if you know Newgrange, you know it's no ordinary tomb. It's a solar chamber that aligns with the winter solstice sunrise, flooding a narrow passage with golden light for 17 minutes each year exactly. Now ask yourself, what if Knocknarea has a similar mechanism? What if the mist, the tone, the pressure, it's all part of a cycle, a machine that breathes the solstices? One fringe researcher proposed something bold, that the mound is a signal amplifier, that the quartz basalt and pressure changes all work together to focus and emit a frequency one that once connected distant sites across the world. And Queen Maeve, she might not be a queen at all. She might be a symbol, the personification of a structure that doesn't represent death, but sleep. A sleeping system, a sleeping signal. You crouch near the base of the cairn now. The wind hushes. The mist has just finished rising. For a moment, everything is still, and then you hear it, a low tone rising from beneath your feet. Not loud, not constant, but rhythmic. Like the ticking of a giant stone clock that doesn't care if you understand it. It just keeps ticking, keeps waiting, keeps remembering. What if this place was never meant to be visited? What if it was meant to be reactivated? Not by tools, not by faith, but by timing. And what if that time is approaching? The people who built Knocknarea didn't leave writing. No scrolls, no maps, just stone. Stone arranged with terrifying precision. Stone that hums. Stone that sighs. Stone that remembers. You stand up slowly. The clouds shift, and just for a moment, the light hits the cairn at a perfect angle, illuminating a ring of quartz like a halo. It's not a tomb. It's not even a monument. It's a beacon, still waiting, still pulsing, still alive. The land around you is dry again. Sun-bleached hills, loose stone, underfoot a horizon that never seems to stop shimmering. You're in northern Syria, now standing at the edge of a site few people have heard of, but one that quietly whispers from the deepest layers of human history. It's called Ain Dara, and until recently, it was just another set of temple ruins interesting to archaeologists, but not headline material. A few basalt lions some decorative orthostats, a platform with ancient footprints carved into the stone as if gods once walked through soft dust and left their mark. But the real story of Indara isn't about what's above ground. It's about what lies beneath. The temple that tourists visit was built around 1300 BCE. That's old, but not mysterious. But during a structural stability scan in 2007, ground-penetrating radar revealed a series of subterranean vaults below the temple floor, perfectly aligned, evenly spaced. Each vault measured 6 meters across, 3 meters high, and had sloped floors, smooth, slanted, too symmetrical to be natural. The upper temple was built on top of them, but not randomly. It followed their layout exactly, as if the temple wasn't the primary structure, but the shell. When researchers tried to dig into one of the vaults, they found something shocking. The outer stone wasn't the local yellow limestone used in the temple. It was granite, and not from the region. The closest matching source was hundreds of kilometers away near Egypt. Why would Bronze Age builders haul tons of granite across the desert just to bury it under another structure? And why make the stone resonant? Because that's what it is. Tests on the granite samples revealed something remarkable. When subjected to low-frequency sound around 92 Hz, the stone vibrated, subtly but unmistakably. And it wasn't random. The interior curvature of the vaults matched the shape of a Helmholtz resonator, a structure that captures sound and amplifies specific frequencies. These weren't tombs, they were acoustic chambers. More research followed. Quietly, privately. Because as it turns out, something even stranger had been sitting in plain sight all along. At the center of the temple, carved into the basalt threshold, are 3 massive footprints, human-like, each over a meter long. Most visitors laugh. It's a mythic touch. Giants, gods, metaphors. But when the vaults below were mapped, researchers noticed something odd. The footprints are aligned directly above the sealed chamber beneath the altar, a chamber that, according to scans, holds a single object, dense, metallic, irregular in shape, and it echoes. When seismic pulses were sent into the ground, this chamber responded not like solid stone, but like a tuned bell. It rang, not loudly, not audibly, but it rang. To this day, no excavation has been permitted. The official explanation: risk of collapse, political instability, safety concerns. But off the record, there's fear, because nearby, less than 30 kilometers away, lies a lesser-known site called Tel Arbid, another ruin buried beneath layers of dust and war and time. And in 2014, satellite imaging picked up something terrifying. A ring, a perfect stone ring, buried underground, 22 meters in diameter. Composed of 12 upright basalt pillars, some still standing, others collapsed. Their tops form a shallow arc, almost like a lens. The orientation, it points directly at Indara, on the equinox, as if one site was designed to transmit and the other to receive. And between them, a ridgeline, one that according to magnetic anomaly maps follows a straight path of minor field distortion, almost like a cable laid beneath the soil. The entire region seems mapped, designed, wired. But to what? To whom? Some ancient Mesopotamian texts speak of houses that breathe, places where the sky could speak and the earth would answer, that gods would descend in fire and sound, that instructions were passed not in language but in vibration. And suddenly, you remember the tone from the Irish cairn, the hum beneath the stone in Sardinia, the pulse from the chamber in India. They're all close, all within the same band of low-frequency resonance. all tied to structures that shouldn't be connected but somehow are. And here's where things get even darker. In 2018, the Ain Dara temple was partially destroyed in a missile strike, almost surgically. The altar? Gone. The footprint stone? Cracked down the middle. No one claimed responsibility. No military target was listed. No strategic value. Just one temple. One ancient place built atop a system that doesn't match the tools or culture around it. Was it coincidence or cleanup? Erasure. Because maybe we're not supposed to put the pieces together. Maybe we're not supposed to realize that the temples aren't religious. They're acoustic nodes. That the altars aren't for sacrifice, but calibration. That the chambers don't hold bodies, they hold tone. You walk across what's left of Ain Dara now. The stones are cracked, but the base still hums. Low, soft, irregular. A breathing structure wounded, but not silenced. And beneath you, something still waits in the granite, still echoes, still resonates with a frequency that was never meant to be heard with ears, but with memory. And if you could reach that buried chamber, if you could stand where the altar once was and say the right word at the right frequency, what would answer? Who would answer? Or what would wake up? The gods didn't live in these temples. They were stored there, like instruments, waiting for a hand that remembered how to play them. And that hand might be yours. The earth hardens under your boots, and the scent of salt and stone follows close behind. You've crossed the sea again this time to southern Turkey, just inland from the Aegean coast. It's a land of olives, old gods, and ruins, the kind that rest gently under warm breezes half forgotten and half revered. But what you're looking for isn't on the map. It's a place known only in fragments, marked by crumbling pillars and a name lost to time. Locals call it the Whispering Hollow, though there's no official title, no labeled heritage site. Just a deep cut in the limestone hills outside of Izmir, wrapped in vines and stories, and a silence that never quite feels natural. The hollow itself is a natural amphitheater carved into the side of a crescent-shaped ridge. But here's where things get strange. It doesn't face anything. Not a temple, not a city, not a river. It faces inward toward the empty stone. At the lowest point in the center of the bowl sits a single megalith. It isn't large, just under 2 meters tall, dull gray, with a weathered top and 4 vertical grooves etched into each side. It looks like a worn monolith, nothing more. Until you stand close. That's when the sound begins. It's not loud, not even obvious. It's a vibration more than a sound, a buzzing in your teeth and your ribs. It hums like something just outside your hearing range, like a feeling instead of a noise. And if you speak just a word, even a whisper, the air changes. Your voice doesn't echo. It bends, wraps, repeats itself in a delayed spiral, as if the amphitheater isn't throwing your voice back, but pulling it through a loop. In 2012, a small university team brought sound mapping equipment to the site. They set up tone generators and pressure sensors, trying to measure how the space behaved acoustically. Their results: impossible. The hollow doesn't reflect sound the way a natural amphitheater should. It focuses it, concentrates it. When they played a steady tone of 102 hertz, the stone in the center began to vibrate just enough to be picked up by accelerometers, but only at that frequency. Nothing higher, nothing lower. Like the monolith was tuned, like it had a key. And then they discovered the tunnel, covered by a collapsed ledge, hidden behind moss and brush. The tunnel leads downward from the base of the hollow. It's narrow, only wide enough for a single person, and sloped. The walls are smooth limestone, the ceiling arched in a way that matches no known regional architecture. The descent is tight, uneasy, but what it leads to is something no one was prepared for. A chamber, roughly 18 meters wide, perfectly circular with a domed roof of polished stone. No tools marks, no inscriptions. Just seamless construction, like the whole room had been melted and shaped, then cooled in silence. At its center, directly beneath the monolith above, is a shaft. A deep, dark well, lined with black stone, not local limestone, but obsidian. Volcanic glass. Samples taken from the rim show that the obsidian isn't from Turkey at all. It's traced to central Anatolia, over 600 kilometers away. The stone is flawless, almost mirror-like. No one knows how it was cut. No one knows how it was transported. But the shaft, it's not empty. When radar was lowered inside, it reflected a cavity cylindrical spiraled, descending at least 70 meters underground. The spiral walls are engraved with lines curved parallel like the grooves of a vinyl record. But here's the part that matters. When sound is played inside the chamber specifically, when that 102 hertz tone is emitted, the entire room shifts. Not physically, acoustically. The tone echoes downward into the shaft, and the return resonance climbs in harmonics multiples of the original frequency, like a ladder of sound. Researchers tried recording the harmonics. They expected a typical decay curve. What they got instead, Fibonacci intervals. The returning frequencies followed a numerical sequence found in seashells, sunflowers, and spiral galaxies. A mathematical structure found in life, and here buried in stone. The team stopped publishing after that, not because they ran out of data, but because something in the chamber started responding. After a week of repeated testing, one of the grad students heard a tone playing back when the equipment was off. Faint, internal, as if the chamber had memorized the sound and was repeating it. The team left, quietly. The project was listed as inconclusive. The university denied any anomalous findings. But if you return now and you stand in the hollow, you'll notice a few things. There are no birds, no insects. The grass refuses to grow on the monolith's shadow side. And if you speak the right tone, just low enough, just long enough, you might hear it repeat your voice, not as an echo, but as a question. Because maybe this isn't a temple. Maybe it isn't a monument. Maybe it's a receiver, part of a larger network of listening posts designed not to send, but to collect, to wait, to record the hum of the earth, the voice of the stars, the memory of what came before us. And that shaft, that obsidian well, some believe it's a waveguide, a structure designed to transmit frequency not across space, but through it, downward, inward, or elsewhere. Because the ancients might not have believed the gods lived above. They might have believed the gods lived below. Or maybe they weren't gods at all. Maybe they were engineers. And the hollow, it's not a ruin. It's a sensor, still calibrated, still echoing, still tuned to something we've forgotten how to hear. You step back into the light. The monolith behind you glows faintly in the setting sun. The wind carries no sound. But in your bones, something stirs. Not noise, not meaning. Just a tone and a feeling that something somewhere just heard you back. The jungle is back now. Denser, louder, stranger. You've stepped into Cambodia, not far from the grand, world-famous halls of Angkor Wat. Tourists stream past carvings of apsaras and stone towers shaped like lotus buds. Guides talk of empires and kings and sacred geometry. But just a few miles west of the main complex, buried in forest and silence, lies something they don't talk about. Something the jungle has been working very hard to keep hidden. They call it Prasat Tom. A remote crumbling temple in the depths of the Kulen Mountains, nearly lost to vegetation and time. From above, it's barely a blip. From the ground, it's almost invisible. But that's exactly the point, because what lies buried beneath Prasat Tom isn't just stone. It's a machine. Let's start with the shape. The temple complex isn't grand in the usual sense. No giant towers, no massive gates. But the central platform is different, layered in 7 terraces, stacked concentrically, each one precisely smaller than the one below it. Each layer is perfectly aligned to the cardinal directions, and each one is built with a unique combination of stone and metal. That's right, metal. Iron-rich sandstone on the base, then laterite, then a mixed layer of quartzite and hematite. The topmost tier is embedded with traces of copper and zinc fused into the blocks like veins. When French explorers first visited in the 1930s, they noted that the temple glowed faintly red at dusk. No one believed them. Until 2017, when a series of drone-mounted infrared cameras picked up something uncanny: heat anomalies. The central terraces emitted a consistent low-level warmth even during cool nights. Not geothermal, not residual solar heat, but internal, as if the structure still holds charge. And then there's the sound. Locals call it the Singing Hill. If you walk the perimeter of the ruins at night, particularly during certain moon phases, you can hear its soft, low-frequency tones, barely perceptible, like the rustle of breath in a dark room. Acoustic engineers who visited in 2019 found something strange. The stones weren't just conducting sound, they were channeling it. Certain walkways produce subharmonics when stepped on. If you hum a specific tone while standing between 2 cornerstones, it creates a feedback loop, a soft, lingering echo that continues even after you stop. And it only works at specific times of day. One researcher noticed a correlation between the temple's resonant frequencies and the movement of the moon. The strongest tones appeared during apogee, when the moon is farthest from Earth. Coincidence? Or something calibrated? Let's go deeper. Radar imaging has shown that beneath the temple lies a labyrinth, a spiral of buried chambers arranged in an inward pattern not unlike a shell. Each chamber is connected by narrow tunnels, and each one aligns with a point on the terraces above. That's right. It's not a ruin. It's a map. A vertical system part, architecture part, instrument part, something else. One chamber briefly accessed in the 1990s contained a black stone pillar etched with hundreds of microscopic grooves. Not decorative, not writing. Just uniform incisions, spaced at what appear to be harmonic intervals. The grooves match the pattern of sound wave notations, as if the pillar were a kind of speaker or antenna. And remember, this was a society that didn't use metal tools widely, that supposedly didn't understand electromagnetism. And yet, the stones conduct heat, the tunnels channel sound, the terraces glow, and the central chamber still sealed. No one has entered it. Not because it's too dangerous, but because no one can figure out how. There's no door, no opening, just a massive slab of laterite stone, perfectly smooth, weighing over 30 tons. It sits recessed into the platform, surrounded by 4 obelisks made of black basalt. Those obelisks aren't decorative either. When lightning strikes nearby, and it often does in the mountains, residual charge appears to collect around the obelisks. Once during a storm in 2021, a photographer captured a strange glow along their surfaces, like static dancing across glass. The obelisks aren't grounded. They're holding something. Maybe energy, maybe signal, maybe memory. And what's most curious, each one is engraved with a spiral identical in shape and scale to spirals found at Neolithic sites across the world. We've seen them before, on Irish tombs, on Jordanian monoliths, on Peruvian stones in the Nazca Desert. It's not a symbol anymore. It's a code, and Prasat Tom may be one of its main terminals. Some scholars now suspect that the temple wasn't built for worship. It was built for alignment, not with the stars, but with something beneath. The bedrock here contains unusually high concentrations of quartz and iron, two key materials in piezoelectric generation. When pressure is applied to these minerals, they produce voltage. So what happens when the terraces above shift ever so slightly under the weight of centuries, when temperature changes compress the stone, or when the moon pulls subtly at the earth? Do the stones activate? Do the chambers beneath start to hum? Do signals pulse through the labyrinth like a forgotten heartbeat? And if so, what are they for? Some locals believe the temple isn't just old, it's watching. That it remembers everyone who enters. That it marks the footsteps. That sometimes the jungle gets thicker. Not because it grows, but because the temple asks it to. A form of defense or hibernation. You walk the outer circle now. The sun is sinking behind the trees. The stones catch the light red copper gold. A bird calls, then another, then nothing. And for a moment you feel it, the stillness, the presence, the low hum in your bones, not imagination, but invitation. Because Prasat Tom doesn't just sit quietly in the jungle, it listens, it remembers, and maybe just maybe it's ready. Not for prayers, not for offerings, but for someone who remembers the tone, who knows the rhythm, who can finish what was started or awaken what was left behind. Now, you're standing among the stones of Baalbek, Lebanon. But this isn't about the towering Roman columns that stretch toward the sky so wide that they make people feel like ants. No, you've come here to see what those columns were built on, because beneath the famous Temple of Jupiter lies something far older, something heavier, stranger, and deeply out of place. They call it the Trilithon, 3 massive stones, each over 800 tons. That's not a typo. These blocks are longer than a bus, heavier than a fully loaded Boeing 747, and somehow lifted over 20 feet into the air and perfectly fitted into place more than 2,000 years ago. The Romans claim credit, but let's be honest, they didn't build this. Even ancient Roman records make no mention of moving these stones. They talk about temples and engineering marvels, yes, but not this. Not how, not why. Because the Trilithon is not decorative. It's not religious. It's foundational. It holds up the temple. And beneath it, that's where the real story begins. In 2014, archaeologists uncovered another block, nearby the stone of the pregnant woman, clocking in at over 1,000 tons. Still partially buried, still attached to the quarry floor, but carved-shaped ready. The strange part, it wasn't being prepared for construction. It was being stored, like a spare part, like a replacement, like whoever built the Trilithon had done this before. And here's where it gets weird. LiDAR scans around the base of the temple, uncovered void subterranean spaces beneath the massive stones, hollow areas, resonant cavities. When sound pulses were sent through the base, the echoes behaved differently beneath the Trilithon compared to the rest of the foundation. Lower tones, longer decay, like the stones were channeling something, or amplifying it. Then came the magnetometer readings. Tiny localized magnetic fields were detected around the seams where the stones join. Not radiation, not electrical leakage, just subtle, persistent pulses. Some engineers suggested they were remnants fossils of ancient activity, the kind you'd expect from machines that haven't powered on in thousands of years. And this isn't just speculation. In 2016, a French engineer specializing in vibrational systems spent 2 days mapping harmonic responses from the site. He brought with him equipment used to calibrate aerospace satellites, not the usual gear for archaeology. His conclusion: the trilithon isn't just heavy, it's tuned. The mass, the shape, the position, they interact with seismic frequencies in a way that seems deliberate, as if the stones were part of a larger resonant system. A kind of inertial anchor meant to stabilize something not above, but below. You're probably thinking, this can't be right. There's no way ancient builders did this. But look around. These blocks weren't lifted with cranes. They weren't dragged up ramps. Their sheer mass defies friction material stress, even the soil compaction necessary to bear their weight. And yet, here they are, uncracked, unshifted, still alive in the earth. Because yes, these stones still move, only slightly, only microscopically. But tilt sensors installed at the foundation have shown that during certain seismic events, the trilithon shifts, then resets, not crumbling, not settling, breathing. And if these stones are breathing, then what's beneath them? That brings us to the door. It was discovered in the 1990s, sealed behind layers of later Roman masonry. A square panel of basalt set into the bedrock, smooth, fitted like a plug. When the seal was removed, it revealed a staircase, carved directly into the rock, spiraling downward. But only for 9 steps. After that, collapse, or sealing. We don't know. The passage remains blocked. But here's what we do know. Underground imaging suggests a chamber beneath the trilithon, roughly circular, lined with some kind of smooth stone or metal, possibly containing a central shaft. They haven't dug it out, at least not officially, but the Whisper network says otherwise. Contractors who worked on nearby stabilization projects reported odd sounds at night, low mechanical rumblings, too regular to be wind, equipment failures, radios picking up rhythmic static near the site, and always the same tone. Another one in that uncanny frequency band, like the chamber is responding or remembering. And now you start to wonder, what if Baalbek wasn't a temple first? What if the Romans found this site already occupied not by people, but by purpose? What if they built on top of something they didn't understand? A base, a node, a station. And the trilithon, it wasn't built for walls. It was built for containment, for shielding, for vibration absorption on a planetary scale. Because no culture hauls 1,000-ton stones across landscapes just to say, look what I can do. They do it because they have to. Because whatever they're building isn't just visible, it's active. You walk the edge of the platform now. The stone underfoot is warm. The seams between the blocks are tight. No mortar, no filler. Not even a fingernail's space. You kneel, you touch the stone, and for a second it hums, not a sound, a feeling, a pressure in your palms, like something has noticed you. And then you remember the other stones spread across the world, buried humming, waiting. El Tashin, Ain Dara, Noknarea. And now here in Lebanon, the pieces are starting to fit together. They're not just ruins. They're frequencies, set into the bones of the earth. Machines of stone tuned to silence, waiting for the right pressure, the right tone, the right person. The trilithon isn't a foundation. It's a lid, and what it's holding down still breathes, still hums, still remembers. Now, the air is still hot and dry, but it carries a strange sweetness, like dust soaked in memory. You're in the Sahara, standing at the southern fringe of Algeria, near the Tassili Najir Plateau, a place known more for its ancient rock art than anything else. Most visitors come for the cave paintings, ethereal figures, some humanoid, some not dancing or floating across the stone. Creatures with round heads and elongated limbs. Hunters, animals, stargazers. A gallery of forgotten gods, etched in ochre. But today, you're not looking at the walls. You're looking beneath your feet. Because under this plateau, there's something older than the art. Something that has no name, no assigned date, and no clear explanation. The locals call it Unza, which loosely translates to the buried breath. It began with a vibration. In 2015, a team of geologists doing seismic testing near the base of the cliffs noticed something strange. The seismic waves weren't behaving normally. In one stretch, an otherwise unremarkable patch of rock, the waves slowed down, not because of dense stone, because of air, an underground void. Not large, but definitely there. The team assumed it was a natural cavern common in sandstone formations. They drilled, and the drill bit broke. Twice. Not because of hardness, because of interference. The drill refused to pass through a specific layer of rock just 2 meters down. The sensors recorded magnetic noise, feedback, interruption. The team backed off, marked the area inconclusive, moved on, but one of them stayed curious. He returned months later with a ground-penetrating radar unit and a portable magnetometer. What he found was impossible. A series of parallel voids spaced evenly arranged like ribs beneath the plateau. Some were wide, some narrow, but all followed a strange pattern. Every chamber was exactly 13 meters apart. Too perfect for nature. And then the sound. One night, while setting up camp alone, he heard it a whistle. Soft rhythmic rising from the ground. Not wind, not animal. Just a single pitch held for a few seconds, then gone. He never returned, but he shared the data with a small research group in southern Europe, and in 2017, they dispatched a drone team to scan the area. What they discovered was more than a cavern. It was a system. Buried beneath the sandstone cliffs was a complex of chambers, rounded, connected by thin shafts, all laid out in a spiral that widened as it descended. A vertical labyrinth carved into solid rock. No signs of tool marks, no entrances from the surface, just voids where there should be mass, and one chamber in particular caught their attention. The deepest one, perfectly spherical, sealed on all sides. A black echo, as they called it, completely resistant to radar return, like the signal was being swallowed or absorbed. And then there was the pillar, a small section of exposed stone above one of the shallower voids had cracked after a rare desert rainfall. When geologists examined it, they discovered a pillar embedded in the bedrock. Not part of the natural formation, made of stone, but shaped like a resonator. Tall, thin, with rings carved along its length like the frets of an instrument or the teeth of a gear. No inscriptions, no iconography, just geometry. And when struck accidentally with a metal hammer, it sang, a tone so deep it couldn't be heard, only felt. The sand around it rippled in perfect concentric circles, a resonance that traveled outward, then downward, then vanished. Since then, researchers have recorded a pulsing frequency across the entire plateau, very low, very regular, around 98.7 Hz, sometimes higher during solar flares. No known geological process explains it, but some indigenous oral traditions might. The Tuareg nomadic people who have traversed this land for generations tell stories of the stone-breathers' structures buried in the earth that once spoke to the stars, that responded to sunlight, to wind, to human voice, that called when the sky was still young. They say the plateau was never just sacred, it was occupied. Some believe the rock art depicts these visitors' beings who brought not just fire or tools, but sound. That the figures with large round heads weren't helmets or symbols, but receivers' ways of hearing something most people couldn't, and that they left behind more than art. They left behind a network. Because when you map the voids beneath Tassili Najjar, something else becomes clear. They align not to magnetic north, but to true celestial north, as it would have appeared over 10,500 years ago. Precession, orientation, as if these chambers were built to receive something that passed overhead once every great cycle. A message, a signal, or a reset. One researcher proposed that the complex beneath Tassili isn't storage. It's a tuner, a planetary scale instrument designed to absorb, translate, and perhaps even store sound frequencies, tones from space, from Earth, from memory. The spiral isn't decorative, it's functional. A waveguide, a coil. The deeper it goes, the more it compresses energy. And at the center, still sealed, still silent, still listening, you stand now at the cracked pillar. The sun above you is ruthless, the wind dry and sharp. But the ground beneath your feet isn't lifeless, it's charged, and as you press your hand to the stone, you feel it, barely a soft vibration, like a voice trapped in amber trying to speak through the skin of the world. This isn't a ruin, it's not even a warning, it's a recorder, and somewhere deep beneath this desert, beneath the lions and dancers painted on stone, there's a memory waiting to be played back. When? That depends. On time, on tone, or maybe just maybe, on you. The winds howl now, and the ground feels like it's been sleeping for longer than time can measure. You're in Kazakhstan, standing in the vast emptiness of the steppe, not far from a town called Turgai. It's flat here, oppressively so. The land stretches endlessly in all directions, like a parchment waiting for something to be written. And someone long ago did exactly that. Etched into this barren landscape is something few have ever heard of: the Turgai geoglyphs. From the ground, they're invisible. The grass hides them. The dust softens them. The distance erases them. But from the sky, they're undeniable. Massive earthworks, circles, crosses, squares, arranged across the steppe like circuit diagrams on a planetary scale. Some are made of raised mounds. Others are trenches dug deep into the ground. They stretch across miles too large to be seen from any one point on the surface. The first of these was discovered in 2007 by a Kazakh economist scanning satellite images for fun. What he found has since puzzled every expert brave enough to admit they don't know everything. Because these formations are huge, some larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, and yet they're virtually unknown. The most famous is called the Ushtegay Square, a massive square made of 101 raised mounds, with diagonal lines connecting opposite corners like a celestial X. Others form wheels with spokes radiating out from a central hub. One is a perfect cross, nearly 300 meters long. But here's the part that keeps people up at night. They weren't built recently. Carbon dating of the soil suggests many of these geoglyphs are at least 8,000 years old. That places them well before the Bronze Age, before the wheel, before agriculture had even firmly established itself on the steppe. So, who built them? And more importantly, why? They aren't burial mounds. No human remains have been found within the structures. They're not fortifications. There's nothing to defend. They're not living spaces. No trace of dwellings, no tools, no refuse. And yet, they're deliberate, structured, geometrically perfect in a way that suggests planning, not randomness. One theory says they're astronomical markers, that the square and cross formations align with seasonal solstices and star positions as they appeared thousands of years ago. And there's evidence to support it. A joint survey with astronomers in 2013 revealed that the long axis of the Sukhteh square aligns exactly with the rising point of Deneb, the brightest star in the Cygnus constellation, during the summer solstice at the time the structure was likely built. Not close. Exact. And then there's the sound. In 2018, a group of experimental researchers, acoustic physicists, and electromagnetic engineers decided to test a wild hypothesis that the formations might respond to vibrational energy. They brought seismic pulse generators and sound emitters to the steppe and began testing at various locations within the geoglyphs. What they found shocked them. When a tone of approximately 97.3 hertz was pulsed through the earth inside the Sukhteh square, the surrounding mounds responded not visibly, but resonantly. The soil atop the mounds vibrated in sync with the tone, as if the entire structure had been tuned to it. The tone was repeated in different formations. Same result. The geoglyphs weren't just visual, they were sonic, and not just as receivers, but potentially transmitters. Because when low-frequency vibrations were introduced, standing wave patterns emerged across the formations. Nodes of silence and peaks of energy mapped out like invisible fingerprints. It's the same principle used in modern sound systems, except this was designed 8,000 years ago. And the materials, not just dirt. Some of the mounds contained crushed quartz ground into dust and mixed with the soil. Quartz, of course, being a piezoelectric mineral, meaning it converts mechanical pressure into electrical charge. You begin to realize these aren't geoglyphs at all. They're instruments, planetary-scale harmonic devices buried in plain sight, slowly degrading into anonymity. But once, they may have sung. And then there's the grid. When the full collection of known geoglyphs is mapped digitally, they reveal a pattern not random, not clustered, but spaced evenly along invisible lines that stretch east to west. Lines that some now believe correspond to telluric currents, natural flows of electromagnetic energy through the earth. The glyphs aren't scattered, they're plotted, like components in a forgotten electrical system, one built on a scale and sophistication we've never imagined. And it doesn't stop there. Each major formation, each cross square and wheel has a satellite glyph nearby. A smaller formation, usually a spiral or loop, positioned at consistent angular distances from the central structure. Always 108 degrees apart, that number again. It's the ratio of the Earth's distance from the Sun to the Sun's diameter. It appears in Vedic cosmology, in ancient geometry, in Tibetan mandalas, in Egyptian architecture, and now buried in the dirt of the Kazakh steppe. You walk now across the plain. There are no fences, no monuments, just wind sky and the hush of ancient design. The mounds rise gently underfoot. You might miss them if you didn't know they were there. But once you do, once you feel that hum through the soles of your shoes, once you stand in the center of the square and hear the world go still, you know, this place remembers, not with words, not with symbols, but with frequency. These aren't ruins, they're nodes. They were never meant to be impressive. They were meant to be silent, until they weren't. So maybe the glyphs don't tell us something. Maybe they ask something. Maybe they wait like a switch, waiting to be flipped a song, waiting to be sung in the right key on the right day by the right person. And maybe that person is you. You close your eyes, you hum, and somewhere deep under the soil, something answers. The sky stretches forever, now wide and pale and empty. You're in western China, standing near the edges of the Taklamakan Desert, a place whose name roughly translates to go in and you won't come out. A desert of golden dunes, bone-dry winds, and buried secrets. And buried beneath it, they say, is something still breathing. You're not far from the ruins of Lulan, an ancient Silk Road city, long swallowed by sand. But that's not your destination. You're headed to a forgotten edge of the desert, an area marked on few maps, whispered about by researchers and avoided by locals. They call it the Sunken Vault of Lop-Nur. If that name sounds familiar, it's because you've already been near here once. Remember the desert platforms, the sun patterns, the suspected circuit board layout beneath the crust. Lop-Nur isn't just strange, it's crowded with contradictions. And the vault, that's the deepest of them all. In 2002, during a remote sensing project, Chinese satellite imagery revealed a set of repeating square depressions in a dried lake bed just southeast of the known Lop-Nur ruins. At first, they looked like sinkholes. Natural erosion, perhaps. Until the drones came, high-resolution aerial footage showed the depressions were arranged in a perfect Fibonacci spiral. 16 sunken squares, each one precisely spaced, each side slightly smaller than the last, all winding toward a central point. Nature doesn't do that. People do, or something that used to be people. A survey team was dispatched in 2004. The official report says the area contained ancient irrigation channels and collapsed buildings. The unofficial whispers tell another story. At the center of the spiral lay a metallic capstone, half buried in salt and sand. Smooth, octagonal, embedded with grooves that seemed more machined than carved. When the team attempted to pry it up, they couldn't. Not because it was heavy, because it was resonating. That's right. When exposed to sunlight, the capstone began to emit a faint vibration. Not audible, not visible, but enough to cause nearby sand to shift. The grains danced, forming lines, circles, ripple patterns like iron filings around a magnet. Some called it piezoelectric behavior. Others suspected geothermal venting, but the instruments didn't lie. The capstone surface warmed faster than the surrounding terrain, despite being shaded for most of the day. And then the tone started. The team recorded a low rhythmic frequency, 100 hertz, exactly, emitting from somewhere beneath the capstone. It pulsed every 11 seconds. Some speculated it was natural harmonics. Others thought it might be a system still online. That's when the project was halted. Abruptly, no further data was released. The images vanished from academic databases. The scientists were reassigned. But the desert didn't forget. You stand at that same place now. There are no markers, no fences, just an endless plain of cracked salt and sand. And at the center, a slight dip, where the wind never quite gathers. The spiral is gone from sight, but if you close your eyes, you can still feel it. And that capstone, still buried, still humming, still waiting. Some locals, older ones, speak of the Whispering Earth near Lop-Nur, where voices rise at night from beneath the ground, soft and indecipherable. Travelers report electronic interference, GPS failures, even spontaneous compass spins within a 500-meter radius of the site. Geologists have attempted to dismiss it all: thermal gradients, mineral conductivity, seismic stress fractures. But even they admit one thing: the magnetic field is wrong here. The strength spikes dips and pulses in a way not consistent with natural variation. It behaves more like an active device, as if something is turning on and off beneath the crust. And here's what pulls it all together. In 2021, a research group analyzing ancient Chinese maps stumbled upon a strange detail: an early Silk Road manuscript describing a place known as the Desert Eye, where heaven's breath enters the earth through stone. The map places the Desert Eye exactly where the capstone lies, and heaven's breath. It turns out the ancient Chinese symbol used in the manuscript is the same one found on a carved basalt fragment recovered 7,000 miles away in the caves of El Tajin. Same spiral, same symbol, same pattern. Someone or something knew this spot mattered, and they built something beneath it. Maybe a vault, maybe a relay, maybe something deeper. Because here's the wildest theory yet. The spiral depressions, the Fibonacci curve, wasn't just decorative. It was a cooling system, a natural pressure regulator. The idea is that when something generates immense energy underground, say a magnetic drive or a harmonic core, it needs to vent that energy carefully, slowly, or risk catastrophic failure. The spiral channels would allow heat frequency and pressure to dissipate in perfect proportions, mimicking the spiral patterns found in galaxies, hurricanes, and cochlear hearing systems. Meaning whoever built this knew math, knew sound, knew biology, and still beneath it all, the vault remains sealed. No one has opened it. No one even dares try anymore. Some say it's better that way. That this system was closed on purpose. That it was deactivated, not abandoned. That the signal beneath the desert is not a call, but a containment field. And if that's true, then Lop Nur isn't a ruin. It's a battery, still humming, still storing charge, still listening for a command that hasn't come in thousands of years. And maybe that's the plan. Maybe we were never meant to open it. Not yet. Maybe these structures across the world, Nakhnarea, Vangchia, Ain, Dara, El Tajin Baalbek, and now, here in the Taklamakan, are pieces of something bigger. A planetary system, a planetary machine, waiting, warming, humming. So you crouch now, beside the hollow sand, curling softly around your boots, the sun beating down on your back. The wind howls just slightly, as if it's afraid to get too close. And somewhere below your feet, deep in the crust, the capstone hums, low, steady, like breath. And the question isn't whether it's working, it's whether it's waking up. Now you're standing in the snow. Not soft, friendly snow, the kind you remember from postcards and quiet afternoons. This is brutal, unrelenting cold. The kind that silences birds, drains batteries, and tightens the world until only the wind speaks. You're in Yakutia, in the far northeast of Siberia, a place where winter lingers 9 months out of the year and the ground is never quite free of ice. The permafrost is ancient here, undisturbed, and yet something lies beneath it. They call them the Valley Anvils, not officially, of course. You won't find that name on any geological map. It's passed down in the oral stories of the Evenki and Yakut people. Descriptions of enormous metallic domes, buried in the taiga, just visible during the briefest of summers, only to vanish again beneath snow and moss. No one agrees on how many there are. Some say 7, others say more. But the details, those are frighteningly consistent. The structures are always shaped like bowls, upside-down domes, half spheres that protrude from the frozen ground just enough to catch the light. They're smooth, seamless, resistant to any tool. Nothing scratches them. Nothing penetrates. And here's where it gets strange. They're warm. Even in 60-degree Celsius temperatures, the air around the bowls is noticeably warmer. Snow melts in rings. Animals avoid the area. Compasses go wild. The earliest written account comes from an 1850s Russian expedition where a trapper named Ivan Cherepanov claimed to have spent the night inside one of the domes. He described a circular metal chamber with no visible seams, about 9 meters across, embedded halfway into the ground. The floor was slightly concave. The walls gave off a faint reddish glow, and the ceiling smooth and slightly domed with tiny holes along the rim. He said it made a humming sound, not loud, not constant, just low, like a giant sleeping nearby. He woke with a nosebleed and a high fever. He never went back. Modern attempts to find the domes have been unsuccessful. Not because they're gone, but because the forest doesn't like to share. Dense brush, mudslides, random floods. Every expedition meets the same end-blocked roads, broken equipment, and weather that turns instantly hostile when you get close. But satellite scans don't lie. In 2012, a private aerospace company testing infrared imaging over the region captured something unexpected: 7 circular thermal anomalies in a 50-kilometer radius, all roughly the same size, all unnaturally warm, all arranged in a hexagonal pattern. Coincidence? Then you see the drone footage. One of the anomalies, filmed for just 6 minutes before the drone lost signal, shows a slight bulge in the snow, perfectly circular, 8 meters across. A low hill with no trees, no brush, no footprints, and in the center, a glow, faint, pulsing, reddish-orange, as if something beneath the frost still remembers light. Theories range from ancient meteorite fragments to buried power systems. Some fringe thinkers believe the domes are remnants of a planetary shield that in a time before recorded history, someone or something embedded these structures to absorb or deflect energy. Solar flares, cosmic radiation, or maybe something worse. What we do know is this: the ground around the domes contains no animal life. Soil samples show anomalous radiation signatures, not dangerous levels, but enough to raise eyebrows. And here's the part that refuses to be explained. The domes seem to move, not dramatically, not overnight, but over decades their positions shift by a few centimeters, not down, not up, laterally, as if they're adjusting, aligning, responding to something we can't detect. Some researchers have speculated that the domes might not be separate structures at all, but the tips of a single massive buried system connected beneath the permafrost by channels or supports that stretch across the region like the legs of some buried machine. And if that's the case, the domes are just exhaust ports, vents, sensors, or maybe even receivers. And then there's the tone. Yes, another one. Contact mics placed on the surface near one of the anomalies in 2015 picked up a repeating frequency, 99 hertz, pulsing every 13.5 seconds. Too slow for industrial machinery, too regular for random tectonics, just like the chamber under Ain Dara, just like the platform at Mohenjo-Daro, just like the capstone at Lop Nur, always in the same low-frequency range, always in rhythms, as if they're all part of the same song, played by different instruments scattered across continents, still vibrating even after the music has stopped. But is it stopped or just on pause? You hike through the pines. Now the trees twisted with wind and frost. Your boots crunch through snow, and then Silence. A clearing. Dead center a shallow rise. The wind stops. The birds fall quiet. And suddenly you feel it. That hum again. Soft. Beneath your feet. Like a breath held for too long, you kneel and touch the frost-covered dome. It's smoother than ice. Warmer than it should be. You press your palm to the surface, and for one flickering second, just one, you feel something looking back. Not a consciousness, not a voice, just a presence. This wasn't built as a shelter. It wasn't a temple. It was an anchor, holding something beneath the skin of the world, tethering it, regulating it. And the question is, regulating what? The legends say the domes were put here to keep the sky from falling. Others say they were the last machines to go to sleep, that their hum is not a call, but a heartbeat. Because maybe these weren't built to be seen. Maybe they were built to be forgotten. Until the time came to wake. You stand up. Snow swirls around you. The dome at your feet is silent again. Or maybe it's just choosing not to speak. Not yet. But you can't shake the feeling that it's listening. And that somewhere, deep below the ice, the rest of the system is waiting for a signal. Maybe it'll come tomorrow. Maybe it already has. The waves are gentle here. For once, the world is quiet. You're standing on a black sand beach in Japan near the southern tip of Yonaguni Island, where coral reefs meet the Philippine Sea in strange geometric ways. The wind is warm. The salt stings your nose. But this isn't just a vacation spot for divers and dreamers. It's the site of one of the most controversial discoveries of the 20th century. Beneath these waters lies what some believe to be the Yonaguni Monument, a submerged megalithic structure with edges so clean, corners so sharp, and steps so deliberate that it forces one uncomfortable question. Is this a natural formation, or the remains of something built long before we were supposed to know how? The story starts in 1986. A local diver was scouting for hammerhead sharks when he saw massive stone terraces stacked like ziggurats descending into the blue. Clean right angles, broad platforms, narrow corridors, staircases, pillars. And oddest of all, a large triangular projection that juts from the upper platform, almost like the bow of a ship. Geologists were divided. Some called it a natural sandstone formation shaped by erosion and tectonic shear. Others insisted, no, this isn't chance. This is architecture. You descend now, scuba gear on the ocean pressing in on all sides. The visibility is clear. As you drop past 10 meters, the top of the monument appears flat and horizontal, like a table set for giants. The walls fall away around you in geometric precision, and that's when you see them. Tool marks, not just fractures, not just cracks, but lines incised into the stone at regular intervals. Carved grooves, steps too, even to be natural. Square corners with no signs of erosion. They match construction techniques found in ancient masonry, notably in South America and parts of Southeast Asia. But this is underwater, and based on sea level rise, it's been underwater for at least 10,000 years. That predates known civilization by a lot, and yet here it is. Stone blocks the size of SUVs, stacked and arranged with such symmetry they might as well be blueprints frozen in time. Some divers claim to have seen petroglyphs, symbols carved into the surfaces. Others speak of staircases leading nowhere hallways that vanish into coral-covered cliffs. But here's what isn't debated. The site is aligned, not randomly, not approximately, exactly. The long axis of the monument aligns with true north, just like the Great Pyramid of Giza. And several of its major platforms point toward the winter solstice sunrise, casting long, clear shadows on the sea floor, when sunlight pierces the surface in the early morning. That's no accident. Then in 2001, a diver exploring the lowest terrace found something else, a circular pit about 2.5 meters across, perfectly smooth, carved into the platform. At its center, a triangular notch. Some believe it once held a pillar, others a kind of tuning device, because when sound was introduced into the pit, just a low-frequency hum from underwater speakers, the surrounding stone began to resonate. The sound reflected in perfect harmonic intervals, climbing in overtones, not chaos. Chords? That alone should raise questions. But now picture this. The rocks forming the Yonaguni Monument are mostly sandstone. They're sedimentary, yes, but embedded in the upper layer are veins of quartz running through the surface like threads in fabric. Quartz again, the mineral that sings when squeezed, when vibrated, when aligned. You float now near the center of the site, above what's called the stage, a broad, flat platform ringed by small steps. If you were on land, you'd think you were standing in a ceremonial plaza. But here, in the quiet of the sea, it feels unfinished, or perhaps just asleep. Divers have reported more than just strange acoustics. Some say compasses drift. Others report sensations of pressure, headaches, disorientation, vertigo, only when they stand at specific points on the monument. And then there are the lights. A Japanese submarine expedition in 2014 recorded faint bursts of bioluminescence near one of the stepped walls. At first, they thought it was a school of deep-sea fish, but the lights came from the stone itself, brief pulses of green and white, like static charges discharging along the surface. Tests were inconclusive, the footage never released in full. And so the debate rages on. Some say Yonaguni is a freak geological anomaly, proof of nature's strange symmetry. Others say it's the capstone of a lost city, a kind of Atlantis swallowed by the sea when the ice age ended, when the oceans rose and memory sank with them. But a few believe something else, that Yonaguni is part of a system, that it's not a temple, not a ruin, but a gate, a node connected to other nodes, a switchboard of stone and water still humming at the edge of human perception. And when the ocean current is still, when the sun cuts through just right, you can feel it. Not in your ears, not in your eyes, in your ribs. A vibration that sinks into you, subtle as breath, as if the sea itself is speaking through a forgotten tongue. One diver on a night dive in 2017 said he heard something faint music, just a few notes, low, repeating. He thought it was his gear until he surfaced and found his equipment had been off the whole time. And so you rise, now salt, burning your nose, the surface drawing near. You break into air, blinking at the rising sun. The island is quiet. The ocean says nothing, but you remember what lies just beneath. Stone that sings, stairs that lead nowhere, a monument that shouldn't be. And still, the air has changed again. It smells of dry earth, hot iron, and the faint perfume of ancient incense. You're in northern Sudan, near the Nile, but not near the pyramids you've heard of. Not Giza, not Saqqara. This is the land of Meroe, a forgotten kingdom once ruled by the Nubians, whose temples and tombs tell a parallel story, one that's rarely heard in classrooms or travel brochures. Here, among the scattered black pyramids of Nubia, is a place known to locals as Gebel Barkal, the pure mountain. But this isn't about a mountain. It's about what's beneath it. Gebel Barkal rises like a tooth from the desert floor, red and stubborn against the sky. At its base are ruins, columns, stone walls, collapsed chambers. Once, it was a spiritual center of the Kushite Empire. Pharaohs were crowned here. Gods were said to descend from the sky into its sacred halls. But sometime in the early 2000s, a thermal imaging team discovered something odd. Under the temple platform, at the base of the mountain, there were heat signatures, faint but consistent. Pockets of warmth beneath solid stone, and more importantly, voids, chambers, hidden ones, arranged not randomly, but in a spiral. Again, always the spiral. But here's where things get especially strange. One chamber, when scanned by ground-penetrating radar, revealed a metallic anomaly, a shape too uniform to be rock. About 7 meters long, 2 meters wide, buried beneath 12 meters of sandstone. It's shaped like a tuning fork. Yes, a massive one. Twin prongs curved inward with a thin shaft connecting them. Perfectly symmetrical. Impossible to identify. And completely sealed in place. Was it part of a support beam, a statue base, or something more? Deliberate. And then came the inscriptions. On a nearby stela, once thought to be purely ceremonial, a line of hieroglyphs long dismissed as symbolic was retranslated by an independent linguist. It described the voice of the god in stone and how it must be kept quiet until the time of skyfire, when the upper world shall awaken. Most archaeologists don't take it literally, but if you've made it this far, you know better. Because now we're seeing the pattern: stone plus metal plus frequency plus burial. And the kicker, that stela contains 5 symbols. At the bottom, swirls inside triangles, each one connected by a looping line. They match almost exactly the same configuration found on the vortex slab at Lop Nur. Thousands of miles apart, centuries, maybe millennia apart, but identical. Coincidence is dead now. You walk toward the mountain's base. It doesn't rise high, but it feels tall, weighted. The stone beneath your feet is smooth, too smooth. Like it's been shaped not by wind, but by design. And just under the platform, in one of the exposed side walls, is a slot, only about 2 inches across, almost invisible. But when you place your hand near it, the wind changes. Not outside. Inside, you feel a pulse, faint, low, repeating at just under 100 Hz. Same frequency, always. A researcher once placed a copper rod into the slot. He said it sang not audibly, but as a pressure in his chest. His heart raced, his head throbbed. He removed it in seconds. He couldn't sleep for 3 days afterward, not out of fear, out of resonance, because something inside him had aligned with something inside the mountain. They've tried to excavate deeper, but every attempt has failed. Sandstorms arrive out of nowhere. Winds collapse tents. Electrical equipment shorts out. And then there are the dreams. Multiple workers. Men with no connection to each other reported vivid visions while working near the anomaly. They described being inside a massive chamber filled with light, hearing a tone that shaped the walls, seeing geometry unfold in midair, like music drawn in crystal. Some of them got sick. Others just left, quietly. No one blamed them, because deep down, even the skeptics began to feel it. Gable Barkle isn't just sacred because of ritual. It's sacred because of memory, because something beneath the stone still remembers a time when the earth sang, when places like this weren't monuments but machines. And if that tuning fork is real, if it's not symbolic, not broken, then maybe it wasn't meant to make sound. Maybe it was meant to receive it, a specific tone, a key, a frequency that once struck would awaken a system buried not just across land, but across time. The priests called it the voice of Amun, but maybe it wasn't a god. Maybe it was a signal. And the gods, they were the engineers, Because if you were going to build something that could last longer than writing, longer than language, longer than stone, you wouldn't make it with copper and wires. You'd build it into the planet itself. You'd bury it beneath mountains. You'd carve it in spirals and triangles and circles. You'd tune it to 100 hertz, and you'd wait for the right conditions, the right alignment, the right listener. So you stand now at the edge of the platform, wind against your back, stone at your feet, and below so far down you can't feel it. And yet you do a hum, like the beginning of a note that's been playing for 10,000 years. You're not hearing it, you're remembering it, because maybe that's all this ever was. Not a story, not a conspiracy, not even a mystery. Just a forgotten song, still playing, waiting for someone to sing the next verse. You've left the desert, the jungle, the mountains, and the sea behind. Now the ground beneath you is rough scorched and eerily silent. You're in northern Australia, in the heart of the Kimberley region, a land so old it remembers the shape of the earth before the continent split apart. This place hums with forgotten stories. Red cliffs, twisted trees, and canyons carved by time, not water. The locals call it the dreaming country, where the land itself is alive with memory. And here, etched into those canyon walls, are the Bradshaw paintings known to the Aboriginal people as Gwion Gwion. But the real mystery doesn't lie in the paintings themselves. It lies in what the paintings are reacting to. Let's back up. The Gwion. Gwion art is unlike any other rock art on the planet. The figures are elongated, draped in ceremonial robes, wearing headdresses and sashes. Some appear to float. Some seem to pulse with motion. They're painted with pigments that haven't faded despite being exposed to sun, wind, and time. That's not normal. Pigments decay, colors fade. But here they've lasted for tens of thousands of years. Some estimates place them as far back as 20,000 BC. And the kicker, the paint isn't on the rock, it's in it. Modern analysis shows that the pigment has bonded with the stone on a molecular level, as if the art and the rock became one. How? No one knows. Some researchers suggest microbial action, tiny organisms that preserve the pigment. Others whisper about chemical processes that we don't yet understand. But one idea remains unspoken in polite circles, that the paint was activated, or perhaps tuned, because just below the canyons where the Gwion Gwion reside lies a grid of buried stone. Not buildings, not paths. Something more like plates, flat slabs of basalt and quartzite, some several meters wide, buried in regular intervals beneath the valley floor. Geological, maybe. But then why do they all emit a low-frequency resonance? Tests in 2016 found that the plates vibrate at a consistent 101 Hz, especially during sunrise and sunset. The temperature changes seem to wake them up, and the sound you can't hear it. But the rock art seems to, because during those same moments of thermal shift, certain pigments in the paintings begin to glow faintly under infrared light. Yes, glow. The reds intensify. The whites pulse. Not to the naked eye, but to sensors, to lenses. It's as if the canyon walls are responding to a signal. And here's where it gets even stranger. LiDAR scans conducted across a 40-kilometer area revealed a pattern to the artwork placement. The paintings aren't scattered. They follow curves, sweeping arcs that trace something below. When the arcs are mapped, they form a fractal pattern similar to a logarithmic spiral. Again, always the spiral, always the hum. One researcher described the canyon system as a resonant amphitheater, that it wasn't built for habitation or art or defense. It was built to carry sound like a shell carries the sea. And then there's the glyph, Hidden deep inside a cleft in the rock is a shape unlike anything else in Aboriginal art. It's small, just 20 centimeters wide, and it looks like a coil. 3 spirals nested inside each other, etched into the stone like a fingerprint. We've seen this before. Lopnur Nocnaria, Sardinia. It's the same signature, found across continents, across time, buried, painted, carved. A message or a label, marking something that was once part of a greater system. Some now believe the Gwion were not painted after the slabs were buried. They were painted because of them, inspired by something unseen, something that vibrated beneath the ground and whispered to the minds of those who passed through. Not language, not command, just resonance, an echo from deep within the earth. One theory suggests that the quartzite plates acted as vibrational transmitters, that they were charged by solar cycles, lunar tides, or even magnetic fields, and that once activated, they emitted frequencies that interacted with human perception, changing what people saw or felt or heard. Some of the paintings support this idea. Figures with enormous ears, beings with concentric rings around their heads, lines radiating from their hands as if they were singing or sending signal. And then there are the missing voices. Anthropologists have noted that unlike many rock art sites around the world, the Gwion are not accompanied by local legends. The stories stop at the edge of the canyons. The people say, "We didn't paint these. They were already here." They belong to those who came before the dreaming. No one claims them. No one worships them. They are respected but distant, as if the memory that created them does not speak in words anymore. So what do you make of this? A canyon that sings at 101 hertz, a pigment that fuses with stone, a pattern of paintings that match frequencies instead of myth. Maybe the Gwion are not art. Maybe they're interfaces, recordings made in color instead of sound. An ancient HUD scrawled across sandstone, and what's beneath them, still active, still powered, still pulsing. Because the frequencies haven't stopped. They're still rising with the sun, still activating something in the stone. Not loud, not flashy. Just there, waiting for the right person to see it, or hear it, or hum in harmony with it. You place your hand on the wall beside one of the paintings. It's cool at first, then warm. Your heartbeat slows. You feel it again, that low hum, like pressure, just behind your ears. A gentle, invisible pull. You close your eyes, and for a moment, the figure in the painting seems to move, just a little, not like it's alive, like it's responding. And maybe it is, because this place wasn't built for you, but it might have been built to find you, or to guide you, or to wake itself up through you. Not a warning, not a myth, just a map made of hums and spirals and paint that sings when the temperature is just right. You've walked across deserts, crawled through tunnels, dove beneath oceans, and now, at the end of this long, humming road, you find yourself somewhere unexpected. You're not in a jungle, not among ruins, not even standing on ancient stone. You're beneath it all now, deep underground. In Norway, at the edge of the Arctic Circle, there's a mountain. Not particularly tall, not particularly beautiful. Just gray and quiet and cold. But within that mountain is something known as the Svalbard Seed Vault, the so-called Doomsday Bunker, meant to preserve the future of plant life on Earth. It sounds modern, scientific, forward-thinking, and it is. But the vault wasn't built from scratch. Not entirely, because during the early stages of excavation, the engineers hit something unexpected. A chamber, already there, carved into the rock with tools no one could identify. The angles were too clean. The ceiling was an arc of polished stone. No markings, no soot, no tools, just silence. They reburied it. They called it an aberration in the core sampling. But someone took photos, and those photos show a platform, circular, gently sloped inward, and set with 7 perfectly aligned nodes, like the dots on a die. Beneath one of the nodes, ground radar pinged a hollow, and inside that hollow, a metallic echo every time seismic equipment went off nearby. Whether from drills, footsteps, or pressure, the hollow would respond, not with collapse, with tone. A vibration at 98 Hz, almost exactly the median of the global frequency pattern we've seen again and again. It didn't last long. The vault was moved, slightly redirected. The chamber was sealed behind reinforced concrete and snow. But the files exist, and a few of them leaked quietly suggest something chilling. The shape of that chamber, a spiral, descending into the mountain's heart, each layer tighter, each frequency higher, like the inside of a speaker coil, or a neural pattern. One document, titled Acoustic Echo Response Report, Unixers 11, includes a simple line: subject cavity may retain memory of past activity. Further testing discouraged due to tonal feedback risk. What is tonal feedback risk? Ask an audio engineer, and they'll tell you it's when a loop forms between an input and output signal building on itself until it becomes unstable. A resonance cascade. Now, picture that, but inside a mountain, not with sound, but with stone. Because maybe the seed vault isn't just storing biology. Maybe it's sitting atop a system designed to store something much older. Not seeds, but memory. There's more. Near the vault, just a few kilometers away, sits a narrow, glacial ridge, seemingly unimportant. But when researchers flew a drone over it in 2017, they noticed strange shapes in the snow. Not tracks, not cracks, concentric rings, perfect circles, evenly spaced, rippled outward. A geologist tried to dismiss it as a fluke of wind and melt, until the same pattern appeared the following winter. Same position, same number of rings. No wind or heat in that part of the Arctic could explain it, unless it wasn't weather at all, unless it was the signal, pulsing upward, not loudly, just enough to leave fingerprints in the snow. The Norse legends spoke of Yggdrasil, the world tree, whose roots connected all realms. It wasn't just mythology. It was memory wrapped in story. They said that under the northern mountain, the gods placed their oldest lock, a place to hide knowledge too dangerous to be used until the right cycle returned. What if this is that place? What if all of it, every anomaly, every humming chamber, every spiral of tone and stone leads here, not to an end, but to a central node, a hard drive beneath the earth, an engine built from stone, still humming, still recording, still waiting. And what activates it? You already know. Sound, heat, pattern, resonance, the right tone, sung or played or remembered. Because all these sites, across continents, across oceans, have one thing in common. They weren't just built, they were tuned to one another, and maybe to you. You run your hand along the ice wall near the sealed chamber. You swear it's warmer than it should be. The ice fogs your breath. And under that frost, under meters of rock and snow, the spiral hums softly, insistently. A loop not broken, just quiet. Until now, you close your eyes, and somewhere in your chest, the tones from every ruin, every painting, every buried node echo together. Not noise, but music, a forgotten song played on a planetary instrument, still active, still alive, still waiting for the final note. You hum softly, and in the stillness of the Arctic, something deep below answers. Not loudly, just a whisper. But it's enough. Because you understand now. The ruins weren't ruins. They were reminders that, long ago, before we wrote, before we drew maps or gods or myths, someone encoded memory into the bones of the earth, not to warn us, not to scare us, but to say, we were here, we knew something, and now so do you. You've walked the quiet corridors of forgotten temples and wandered windswept plateaus where no one dares to dig too deep. You've descended into chambers tuned to low, unrelenting frequencies, felt vibrations in your ribs and in your bones. You've followed spirals across oceans, from the deserts of Kazakhstan to the drowned monument of Yonaguni, only to arrive where it all began, beneath the crust, beneath the myths, beneath the part of your mind that still believed time moved in one direction. This wasn't just a journey through ancient architecture. It was a memory loop waiting to be activated, a whisper embedded in basalt, a hum trapped beneath cairns and glaciers. Not machines in the way we know them, but machines nonetheless, built from stone, heat, sound, and geometry, built to last, built to wait. You saw the same numbers echo again and again, frequencies in the 90s, spirals and Fibonacci stones that sang. A global network left by hands we no longer remember, speaking through pressure and resonance instead of ink or scroll. Not to tell us how they lived, but to remind us that they had once understood. Maybe it wasn't power they were storing. Maybe it was pattern. And maybe that pattern is still active, still playing, still looking for the next chord. So, lie back now. Let the stone beneath your feet hum quietly in your ears. Feel the slow pulse of a planet not dead, not random, but dreaming louder now, because you've finally begun to listen. The song isn't finished. It's only resting, and you, sleeper, are now a part of its rhythm.